Let's break it down. The broken baker's coming to town. From Denmark with love, watching courts go wild. American drama got me hooked like a child. Twists in the courtroom, objections all day. Live on the screen, come and join the fray. Step one, grab your coffee, settle in tight. Step two, laugh at the chaos left and right. Step three, Danish take on the law so crazy. Step four, hit subscribe, don't be lazy. Oh yeah! He's the broken baker, breaking down cases, real truth shaker. Witty and fun from across the sea. The broken baker set my free. Hey, hey, broken baker, Danish style so smooth. Legal madness in the groove. Yeah, join the live today. The broken baker's here to slay. High profile trials, witnesses spin. Alibis cracking, let the fun begin. Outside of you with a humorous twist. True crime fans, you don't wanna miss. Even when it's broken, we find the fun. Danish baker baking truth for everyone. The broken baker, yeah. Hit that bell, let's go
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, and welcome back to part 2 of day 1 in the au pair trial. I don't know if you can hear the annoying hold music that they put on Lawn and Crim. So yeah, you really like those boy bands, don't you? Well, I made this one because I tried to make a country song. Marissa hated that. Then I tried to make something else. Sue hated that. Then I tried to make something else. Marissa and Sue hated that. Then I tried to make something third. Marissa, Sue, and Danny hated that. And then I know nothing is better than boy bands because Jamie is a big New Kids on the Block fan. Step one, we can have lots of fun. Step two, there's so much I would do. Step three, it's just you and me. Step four, I can give you more. So I thought, let's do it boy band because then Sue and Marissa can get mad and they can fight Jamie about it because they're not afraid of me, but I know everyone is afraid of Jamie. So yeah, thank you, old Line Red. It's gonna be a new one in February. Don't you worry. So we switch it up every month. Well, I do Cougar classes. I did jumping fitness today. I'm not going back to that class. That was insane. I love it when they say, "Okay, we're starting a new thing at the gym. It's called jumping fitness. Come and try it." And they expect that first of all you weigh 5 pounds and you can jump like a maniac. Second of all, that you can follow her tempo. Switch, 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 arm down, up, down, up, down. I'm like, first of all, I'm so fat that this trampoline doesn't move as fast as your trampoline does because I weigh twice as much as you do. Second of all, my calves cramped like shit. So I would, if they had a beginner class, I would take that. But sadly, there's only advanced in that class. No, I try everything. I've done Zumba, I've done step, I've done aerobics, I've done body balance, I've done yoga. The only thing I haven't tried yet is they have a butt and stomach class, and I don't need that. I have enough butt. Did I have to pee? Yes, I had to go pee after. I only lasted 20 minutes, so yeah. Tell you what, I will post a dance video if you post a dance video. Well, we're not allowed to film at our gym, so I won't be showing any videos of me doing anything. But no, the worst part was my calves were just it instantly just seized up, and I couldn't get them. So I went and walked on the treadmill instead and listened to the Karen Reed Rotten Mango episode 2, where she talked about what John had told her about swinging in Canton, and thought that was kind of weird because the question was about Jen McCabe and Brian Albert. So yeah. Love Tosh and Tommy. You won't be able to move for days. My biggest problem is I can't do most. They'll do like static holds, and I can't do that because of my bad back. So I can't do any of that. I'm a woman, love trampoline, but makes me go. Well, it seems like a really good low impact, but again, build it up. Do like a beginner class, then do a medium class, and then do an expert class. Don't only have an expert class. It's kind of like if you went to uh, spinning. Spinning classes will have low, medium, and high, so everyone can. This one, there was 2 other women. You could just tell they were like me. It was like, "Fuck this! I'm never coming back." I got a case of the soggy mean reds. What the hell does that mean? Kissima, it's because Farrell was on that website, and she found a really nice guy in I don't know where she lives, Wisconsin, I think. And he asked if she had a kids trampoline because he had a fetish about her jumping and hopefully landing with the USB stick hitting the USB port. But as we all know, no matter how you put a USB in, it's always wrong the first 2 times. Trampoline is a lot of work on the muscles. My kiddo gets me to jump on the trampoline, and it ends up in a laughing fest. It's really good because you have to tense your entire body, but again, keep it. You have to have an intermediate class where people don't have to go absolutely crazy. Hey, Amanda Evans. Yeah, it's been a hot minute. Good to see you back. Yeah. Oh my. Some uh, some boner will be broken if that happens. Um, but for those of you who are just checking in and thinking, "Oh, what's this case about?" We are following a case out of Virginia where a IRS agent and his au pair paramour is alleged to have unalived his wife by setting her up on a fetish website called FetLife, where she had made a deal with a guy called Joseph Ryan. They call him Joe. I call him Ryan because normally you would go by last names. But they set him up for a fantasy where she, they she wanted him to come over, break into the house, uh, cut her clothes off, and just go to town on her. No matter how much she screamed and hollered, that's what they wanted. She wanted. But it was a setup according to the prosecution. So the nanny would sit and watch when the car arrived, call the husband. He came home. Then they went up and pew-pewed him.
Be able to display the evidence as we go.
Okay.
Is it necessary? So the next round of photos will be, for the most part, photos that need to be sealed.
Okay.
The Commonwealth would suggest that we simply not display any photos to the gallery, given that
If they're not sealed, they go to the gallery.
Okay.
Yeah, he
So
was
if you want to
really
separate
slow.
them out, or however you want to do it, or just let me know ahead of
He
time.
has that deep voice that just makes
Then we may just ask at this point in time that all of
It's
the
horrible
photos
music.
That are part of Dr. Kessler's testimony.
It's not my
be
music,
sealed.
it's because
Any objection
Lawn
to
and
that?
Crime isn't ready
Okay.
to come back.
All right,
Thank
we can
you.
do that. Anything else on that?
No, ma'am?
Okay, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Cut off the music. Oh, it's Court TV, not Lawn and Crime. I'm sure this isn't the first time this has happened. I was just wondering how many times it worked. Well, we never know how many times it worked because they didn't get charged. But in this case, it's going to be interesting because the au pair have switched. She will be testifying against him. Has anyone else's YouTube been glitching lately? Yes. A lot of people have complained about the time skip where it goes back like 3 minutes. They also have started, if you are too much in chat, just ask Sue, she got botted out for that one. They will believe you are a bot trying to share spam links. YouTube is always fixing problems that doesn't exist. The thing they should fix is go back to our real names instead of this bullshit with the handle, because internet blah blah blah. Hey little D, how are you doing? Haven't seen you in a while as well. Happy New Year. Merry New Year. Merry Christmas.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes,
All right,
it
your
is
next
just
witness,
as karate from the Depp
Dr.
case.
Kessler.
And I actually think it's the same courtroom as well. Hey, Gail, so good to see you. But so far, they are just building a chronological timeline, and it seems good. Someone was asking, why is he taking so many notes? Sometimes a defense lawyer will tell his client, just so you look preoccupied, or you look invested in it, or you don't look at the jury all the time, or you don't sit there and try and make faces.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully
Just-
in this case
just-
under penalty of law?
Write something on a piece of paper. And other, like Karen Reed took a lot of notes because she was invested in the case. Some people do that as well, but yeah, we don't know, but it could be just to keep him
Could you
occupied.
please state your name and spell it for first and last name for the court record, please?
Yes, Dr. Megan Kessler, Meghan Kessler, Kessler.
And what is your profession?
I'm an assistant chief medical examiner, also known as a forensic pathologist.
And what is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a type of doctor who is specialized in pathology, which is the study of disease, and then further subspecialized in forensics, which is the study of disease as it relates
It
to
is, I think it is the
law and medicine.
ADAH.
And where do you work?
I worked for the Commonwealth of Virginia, Office of the Chief Medical Examiner at the Northern District Office in Manassas.
And how long have you been with that office?
Approximately 9.5 years now.
And where did you work before you joined the Virginia Office of the Chief Medical Examiner?
Just prior to coming to work in Virginia, I
Gail, it's only been, we did like 3 hours today before this, so you are very, very early in it.
completed a fellowship program with the state of Maryland.
And what is your educational background?
I have a bachelor's degree in biology from the University of Richmond. I graduated from medical school from the Kentucky College of Osteopathic Medicine. I completed an anatomic pathology residency program with Penn State, after which I completed a subspecialty fellowship in forensic pathology with the State of Maryland Office of the Chief Medical Examiner, and became board certified in anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
And are you a medical doctor?
Yes, I'm a DO.
And you said you were board certified. Could you tell us how board certifications are acquired?
To become board certified, the requisite training, years of education is required, as well as obviously taking an examination and continuing education to recertify.
And do you belong to any professional associations?
I do not.
Have you provided any training or educational presentations to others in your field?
Yes, I regularly am involved in training pathology residents from Walter Reed and the University of Virginia, pathology assistant students from Old Dominion University, other interns forensic fellow within our agency, local medical examiners, and others.
What kind of training did you go through with the medical examiner's office when you arrived?
After I arrived, I'm required to maintain my dual board certification in anatomic and forensic pathology, also my state licensure in medicine, and the continuing medical education that's required.
And what do you do as part of your job as a forensic pathologist at the medical examiner's office?
My primary duty is to complete autopsies to determine cause and manner of death and collect evidence and write reports as related to that.
And have you testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology in a court of record before?
Yes,
And have you done so in Fairfax County?
I have.
Do you know how many times?
I'm not sure in Fairfax. Within the Commonwealth of Virginia, it's at least 50 times, and likely a majority are in Fairfax.
At this point, Your Honor, I would offer Dr. Kessler as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
I have no objection, Judge.
No objection? All right, she'll be so offered. Thank you.
And did you perform an autopsy on the bodies of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield?
Yes, I did.
And prior to the performance of those autopsies, where were the bodies of Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield kept?
After they arrived at the office of the chief medical examiner, they were intake and put into a cooler within our secure facility until the time of autopsy.
And before you performed each of their autopsies, did you break open the seal of the bag containing each body?
Yes, both bodies, the transport bags, were sealed with a wire seal through the zippers.
Before we discuss the particulars of each autopsy, did you prepare a report documenting your observations and findings?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm going to do is I am going to ask for Commonwealth's Exhibits 11 and 12 to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. And I am also going to pass up paper copies to the witness, if I could, please.
You've seen these, Mr. Carroll, correct?
I think I have a copy. I just wanted to look at it. Thank you, Judge.
Do you need to look at them?
I mean,
Go ahead and review them to make sure.
It's the redacted.
It's the, yeah.
oh, okay, good. Looks good to me, Judge.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay. So I'm first going to show you on the screen what has been marked as Commonwealth's 11 and ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, may I scroll through?
Yes, I think. It's also, you have a paper copy of it in your hand.
We'll do that. Yes, I have a copy of this CME1 report of investigation, my autopsy report, my handwritten notes from autopsy, and a copy of the certificate of analysis, the toxicology report.
And now I'm going to show you Commonwealth's Exhibit 12 and ask you if you recognize this exhibit. It's the other paper copy that you have.
Yes, there is a CME1 report of investigation, a copy of the death investigator scene report, a copy of my autopsy report, a copy of my handwritten notes from autopsy, as well as the certificate of analysis, the toxicology report.
Okay. And are these your autopsy reports from your examination of Joe Ryan and Christine Banfield?
They are.
Okay. And Judge,
Don't
at
like
this
Dill.
point, both exhibits I would
don't like
ask
Dill.
for to be entered as Commonwealth's 11 and 12. They should be sealed.
If we could approach this for a moment.
So already the medical examiner, that's pretty early in the process. Normally that'll be the second to last or the last witness. And we know the Commonwealth has not Yeah, Virginia is a Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is also claiming this will be a 4-week trial. So it's going to be interesting what they're going to fill the last 3 weeks with, because they probably put in about a week for the defense and deliberations. And yeah, I despise dill, and I don't like anything that has the consistency of creme fraiche. So I don't eat dip. I like hummus though. Hummus is good. A good, especially a good garlic hummus. That and then some cucumber. That's
All right,
good.
so 11 and 12 under seal.
Maybe it's kind of like in the Murdoch trial where they're going to focus a lot on the
And
relationship.
during an autopsy, are you able to determine a
Crime scene
person's
investigator?
exact time of death?
No.
And why are you unable to determine a person's exact time of death?
To be short, the science is unreliable and not quite there. There's a lot of different factors, including why somebody has died, what physiologically is going on inside of them that change things that happen after death. There's a lot of things in the circumstances and the environment around them, the temperature, the light, the airflow that can change the rate at which things change after somebody has died. So it makes it difficult and unreliable to pinpoint an exact moment that somebody has died.
And when you perform an autopsy, what does that entail?
An autopsy is a comprehensive examination of somebody after they have died. It is documenting as they are received. It is documenting things externally, so as simple as hair color and eye color, any injuries on the outside of their body. Then an incision is made and an internal exam is completed, documenting any natural pathology, any injuries on the inside of the body as well.
And do you take photographs when you perform an autopsy?
Yes,
And did you take photographs during these autopsies?
yes,
I'd like first to talk about the autopsy of Joe Ryan. Were you able to determine his height and weight?
yes,
And was his body clothed when you began your exam?
yes.
After documenting the clothing, what did you do with it?
The clothing was removed, photographed, and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
And did you take any physical samples from his body?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe what physical samples you took and what you did with them?
What's called a PERC kit was completed, which is a physical evidence recovery kit. It's something that consists of specific samples to include head hair, swabs from the oral cavity of the mouth, the underwear, comb of the pubic hair, pulled pubic hair, genital swabs, and anorectal swabs. Also, a sample of blood on a blood card and fingernail clippings. In addition to that PERC kit, I also did swabs of the palms and the backs of the hands and fibers from one of the hands as well.
And what did you do with these samples after you finished collecting them for the physical evidence recovery kit?
I placed
Is Crispy Bacon having her birthday today? Why didn't anyone tell me that? Is it Crispy Bacon's birthday? Didn't we sing for her the other day?
them in sealed bags and transferred them to law enforcement.
And can you describe for the jury what your physical findings were from the examination of Joe's body?
He had 2 gunshot wounds.
And where were those 2 gunshot wounds located?
There's a gunshot wound of the head. The entrance was on the right side of the head. And there was a gunshot wound of the chest, which with the entrance on the left side of the chest.
I am going to first show you Commonwealth's 13, and I'd ask that to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. And Judge, as we described,
It's my
these
birthday
photos,
month
these
as
photos were
well.
sealed.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
You're jellyfish as
It's a
well.
photograph from autopsy that has the ruler with the case number N2023-00363 on it.
And what does the image depict?
It is a right profile view of Mr. Ryan's head.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the wound as you saw it and when you performed Joe Ryan's autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to admit this as Commonwealth 13 and publish it to the jury.
Any objection?
No.
All right, 13 under seal to the jury.
Can you tell the jury what is meant by the terms entry wound and exit wound as it pertains to a wound caused by a bullet?
An entrance wound is where a bullet enters the body. An exit wound is where it might exit the body and leave the body.
And were you able to tell if this wound to Joe Ryan's head was an entry or an exit wound?
Yes.
How can you tell that this bullet was an entry wound?
It's an entrance wound. It has a characteristic round appearance with an abrasion to the edges of it. And also, there is no exit. A bullet was recovered from the wound path within his head.
And what means, if any, exists that would inform a medical examiner's determinations regarding the distance from which a person had been shot?
When a gun is fired, not just does the bullet leave the muzzle, soot, dirt, debris, there is burning gunpowder flakes that are leaving the muzzle as well. And if the gun's fired close enough to the person, the skin, it can be deposited and cause some characteristic injuries on the skin. If it's fired from farther away, those particles are light enough that they kind of drop out and they don't leave any evidence.
Were you able to make any determinations about the physical distance between Joe and the person who shot him from your examination of this head wound?
Based on this examination, the distance is indeterminate. There's no evidence of soot or stippling on the skin of the wound.
And in relation to where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled after entering Joe's head?
The bullet entered the skin on the right side of the head, injured muscles of soft tissue, the skull, the facial bones, the bones around the eye, the right eye, and the left cheek, and caused fractures of the base of the skull, bleeding on the brain. And it traveled from right to left, back to front to back, and downward.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through those areas, which of Joe's bodily functions might have been impacted or would have been impacted, and how?
It is causing, the wound path caused bleeding on the brain, which is an injury of the brain. It impacted his eye. He can no longer see, he has no eye. There's evidence that there was breathing of blood, hemoaspiration, and swallowing of blood.
And what if any effect would you expect this injury to have on a person's ability to see, speak, or make vocal sounds?
So the injury, the gunshot wound path injures the right eye. The left eye is still intact. He could see, potentially. To be able to speak or make noises, the injury is not of his larynx where the vocal cords are, where the sounds are generated, so potentially could still make noises. There's no physical injury of that area.
And in the course of your work as a medical examiner, are you able to quantify in terms of time the speed at which a bullet wound would be able to kill someone?
Sometimes.
And can you describe those temporal differences? How you would describe them?
There are times when I can say a wound is immediately or instantly fatal, and that's typically when it's an injury that disconnects the brainstem and the head, ceasing breathing and heart functions. This wound is still intact. This wound is considered rapidly fatal, meaning seconds to minutes, injuring vital structures of the body with some survival.
And given that you found no exit wound caused by this bullet, were you able to locate the bullet, and where was it?
Yes. A bullet fragment was recovered from the left cheek, just in front of the left ear, and bullet fragments were also recovered through the wound path in the head.
And what did you do upon locating locating this item in Joe's head?
The bullet fragments were photographed, placed into a bag, and sealed and transferred to police.
And at this point, I'm going to retrieve Commonwealth's Exhibit 14.
Well, he did show up, so, hey, Diane G. But that's why his mother was out saying, "Hey, please don't remember him like a weirdo. He didn't have anything to do with this other than he might have liked a little bit of kinky
I'm
kink."
going to pass up, if I could, what I'm identifying as Commonwealth's 14. And I'm going to ask if you're familiar with that exhibit.
Yes, I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
It is a bag containing my bag, which I sealed, and that bag contains a note card labeled fragments, my signature, as well as the fragments.
And is this exhibit in the same or substantially similar
Congratulations.
condition beyond the packaging as when you removed those from Joe's head during the autopsy?
It is.
And Judge, at this point, I'd ask to admit and publish Exhibit 14.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 14. How do you wish to publish?
Judge, we'll just leave it there at this point in
Okay.
time because I'm going to move on to
All right, that's fine.
a few other things, and then we can publish a bit later.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 15 photograph, and I'd ask for this to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. Can you see the photograph?
Yes.
Can you tell us what this image depicts?
It's a photograph after Mr. Ryan has been cleaned up from his head down to his torso.
And how do you recognize it?
It also has the ruler with the case number.
And is this a true and accurate depiction of this chest wound as you performed Joe Ryan's autopsy?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit this as Commonwealth's 15, and this can be published to the jury.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 15 under seal and to the jury.
And was there any evidence present that would have helped you determine the distance between this injury and the firearm that inflicted it?
There was no visible soot or stippling on the skin around this wound.
And when you examined his clothing, the clothing that was present, did you find any defects in that clothing that he was wearing when you began your exam?
Yes, there was a hole in the left side, the front side of the shirt.
Okay. I am going to show you Commonwealth's 17, 18, and 19, their photographs. I'm going to ask for them to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at first. This is 17, 18, and 19. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes,
And how do you recognize them?
they are photographs of the shirt, the first of which had the ruler.
And is this the shirt that you removed from Joe Ryan during his autopsy?
It is.
And are they all true and accurate depictions of the shirt as you saw it during the autopsy?
It is.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to admit as Commonwealth 17, 18, and 19 the photographs of the shirt and then allow them to be published to the jury.
And you want them under seal also?
Judge, I don't think that these need to be under seal. There's
That's
nothing. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 17, 18, 19.
So first showing 17, 18,
Yeah, this is the worst
19.
part of it.
And if we could terminate the view to the gallery at this point?
Yes, thank you.
I am going to show you Commonwealth's Exhibit 20, which is another photograph. And I'm going to ask for it to be displayed to the witness and counsel only. Can you see the photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It has the ruler with the case number and is a photograph of the middle section of Mr. Ryan's body before the clothing and medical intervention has been removed.
And is it a true and accurate depiction as you saw this view during the autopsy?
Yes.
And at this point, Judge, what I'd ask the court to do is admit Commonwealth's Exhibit 20, and I'd ask for this to be sealed.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 20 under seal, thank you.
And then you said before medical interventions were removed. Can you describe the medical interventions?
As seen in this photograph, there are 2 EKG electrodes on the lower portion of the abdomen. You can see one on the arm. There's also a chest seal, which is an adhesive seal over the gunshot wound on the left side of the chest.
And the chest wound, is the chest wound an entry wound or an exit wound?
An entrance wound.
And how do we know this?
It is round, has an abrasion, and a bullet is recovered from the body.
In relation to where the entry wound is located, can you tell us where and how the bullet traveled after it entered Joe's chest?
The bullet injures the skin, soft tissue, and the muscle, the rib cage, the pericardium, which is the sac that the heart resides in, the heart, the aorta, which is a major blood vessel coming off of the heart, and the outside of the esophagus, which is the food tube to the stomach, and the T8 spine. The bullet traveled from left to right, front to back, and upward.
And given the path of travel of the bullet through these areas of Joe's chest and his upper body, can you tell us which of Joe's bodily functions would have been impacted and how?
The injury of the rib cage will impact breathing. The rib cage is needed for breathing. The injury of the pericardium in the heart puts a hole in the heart, so therefore it is now bleeding, leaking blood, and no longer pumping blood to the body effectively. There are holes in the aorta, which is a major blood vessel carrying blood, so now it is also bleeding. And there is injury of the T8 spine, the actual bone that the spinal cord is in. And the spinal cord itself is markedly softened, it's contusion, and bleeding around it, so it is also injured.
And given that that there is no exit wound that we've seen, were you able to locate this bullet?
Yes.
And what did you do upon locating the bullet?
It was removed and photographed and sealed and transferred to police.
Do you recall where in the body it was removed from?
It was removed from the T8 spine.
And at this point, I'm going to show you what's been marked, what I will identify as Commonwealth's Exhibit 21. Are you familiar with that exhibit?
I am.
And how are you familiar with it?
It is the bullet with the labeled card, bullet chest with my signature inside the sealed bag, which I sealed and initialed.
And is it in the same or substantially similar condition as it was when you removed it from
Yes.
Joe's body during the autopsy? And Judge, at this point, what I'd ask the court to do is admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 21.
Any objection?
No objection.
21?
And Judge, if we could just simply allow the jury to see the exhibits, I can walk them.
Did you want to do it with a document camera, or?
I was just going to walk them around, or not.
I'd prefer the document camera if you could, it'd just be easier, but if you're concerned about it.
No, show it on camera. We're finally getting a Virginia case on camera, so show the effing camera. Show it on the effing camera. This is like listening to a podcast. Did they have much evidence before the nanny talked? Yes. But we haven't really heard how much they knew before she talked about them setting up the Christine
Privacy screens are making it
account
difficult.
on the Fed website and all of that stuff. Fed Life website, not Fed Life. So yeah, that's.
Yes. And
They didn't believe his story.
these are the fragments that you recovered from the head, is that correct?
Yes.
And then, are you able also to see this on screen?
I am.
And is that the bullet that you recovered from the chest?
Yes.
Thank you. These have been admitted, so.
They've been admitted evidence, we'll take them.
I don't think we're going to hear his mom. She has nothing to do with it. So
When you examined Joe's heart, was there anything about the structure and its injuries that was significant?
As I previously said, the bullet traveled through the heart. So now the heart is leaking, bleeding, and is no longer able to effectively pump blood.
And are you able to make any determination about his condition when that bullet injured his heart?
thank you, Little D, for 26 months of membership. Have a great day to you as well, and stay out of Gatorville and don't get eaten by anaconda.
There was 1,200 milliliters of blood in the left side of the left chest cavity, which is 1.2 liters. So with the hole in the heart, some blood will leak passively out. However, to get 1.2 liters of blood into the left chest cavity, there has to be some sort of a pulse indicating there is some survival for at least an amount of time.
And regarding the blood that was on Joe's face, did either the head wound or the chest wound result in that amount of blood on his face?
There's a gunshot wound to the right side of his head, and as is, when I received his body, there was blood from his nose, ears, and mouth. And that injury of the gunshot wound to the head injured the skull and the facial bones, which injured the sinus cavities and the airways. So it can result in blood coming out of the ears, nose, and mouth and onto the face.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death of Joe Ryan?
Yes.
And what are they?
The cause of death is multiple gunshot wounds, and the manner is homicide.
Now I'd like to turn to the autopsy of Christine Banfield. Were you able to determine, I'll give you a moment to get situated. Were you able to determine, I'm sorry, was she clothed when you examined her?
She was partially clothed with socks.
Did she have anything else on her person other than clothing?
Yes, there were glasses on the top of her head and her hair. She had a necklace around her neck. She had earrings in her earlobes, and she had 2 rings on her left fourth finger.
And were you able to determine her height and weight?
Yes.
After documenting her weight, her socks, jewelry, and glasses, what did you do with the items?
The personal effects were photographed and packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
I'm going to show you a photograph that I'm going to identify as Commonwealth's Exhibit 50, and I'd ask for it to be shown to the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it has the ruler.
Excuse me, sorry. She was wearing glasses in her hair. But the whole story was that he would surprise her and bang her when she was sleeping. As a spectacle wonder myself, I would never do this and go to bed. I could wear socks. Oh my, Farrell. Oh my. Oh my. Glasses in her hair, so wouldn't that be, if the deal was, I'm gonna be sleeping, you have to grape me? Well, maybe he just thought, well, she's awake, I'm gonna do it anyway. That was a little, yeah. Because the story was she was gonna be asleep, he should come in, cut her clothes off, and just go to town. But with her glasses in her hair, she must have been awake. That must have been very weird.
With the case number on it.
And what is depicted in the photo?
It is the glasses after they were removed from her body.
And is it a true and accurate depiction of the glasses that, as they were collected from Christine as at the time of her autopsy?
Yes,
Judge, I'd ask the court to admit this as Commonwealth's Exhibit 50 and publish it to the jury.
Well, I take mine off before I
Objection
go
to
to
50.
bed.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, 50 in evidence.
And I'm sorry, you said these glasses were found where on her person?
the top of her head.
And at this point, could I ask for the gallery view to be terminated?
Thank you. Would the jury also, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you take any physical samples from the body?
Yes,
And can you describe what samples you took and what you did with them?
yes. I also completed a PERC kit, a physical evidence recovery kit, which included the standard samples, head hair, oral swabs, underwear, combed pubic hair, pulled pubic hair, vaginal swabs, anorectal swabs, a blood card, fingernail clippings. In addition to the standard samples for the PERC kit, I also completed swabs of the palms, swabs of the backs of the hands, swabs of both sides of the neck, and swabs of each breast. And I removed various fibers from her body.
And what did you do with those samples when you collected them?
All of those samples were packaged and transferred to law enforcement.
And is there a particular, was that also in a physical evidence recovery kit?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could, let's talk about the physical findings from your examination. I'm going to direct you to page 6 of your report in the section titled Evidence of Injury. And Judge, if we could display Commonwealth's Exhibit 11 to the jury.
They're seeing it.
Okay. Nope. There it is. Okay.
No, I'm fine with not hearing that.
You described some of the wounds as cutting wounds and some of the wounds as stab wounds. Can you describe the difference for us, please?
By definition, both wounds are sharp force injuries, so some injuries that are caused by something sharp, like a knife. Stab wounds, by definition, are deeper than they are long on the skin, and cutting wounds are longer on the surface of the skin than they go deep.
And I am going to show you a series of photographs at this point, and if I could have the view now be to counsel and the witness only for this portion.
Bless you.
I'm going to show you a number of photos that I'm going to identify by number as I move through them, and just ask you to look at them at this point. I've got Commonwealth's 22, Commonwealth's 23, Commonwealth's 24, Commonwealth's 25, Commonwealth's 27, Commonwealth's 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, oops,
It should be 39 and
sorry,
40.
sorry, not 38, 39,
Not 38.
not 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45,
What are we doing? This is so slow. Kesima, it's because YouTube thinks, oh, Kesima is a little bit, so we're just gonna give him a chance to see it again. Georgina, it's been a good case so far, but I wish we could see more of the stuff. I know we can't see the autopsy photos and the bloody crime scenes, but it's kind of like listening to a podcast. I don't know what's wrong with your husband, but I would check him if this is the sound he makes. Boom, 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 boom. I was clapping because I'm bored. I want this to move forward. I'll get the squishy ball. So
All right, so I will enter into evidence then 22, 23, 24, 25, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, all entered evidence over the objection of the defendant and under seal.
Thank you. Okay. All right. Okay.
this case has
if
done something to you women today.
These can be published to the, okay, gotcha. Looking at Commonwealth's Exhibits 22 and 23, can you describe where on Christine's body this stab wound appeared?
This is the left side of her neck, and it's a stab wound that's horizontally oriented on the left side of her neck with a cutting wound extending from the superior, which is the top aspect of the stab wound on the left side of her neck.
And going forward to 24 and 25. Can you describe where on Christine's body this area of multiple stab wounds appeared?
Yes, this is the left side of her face and neck, or I'm sorry, the right side of her face and neck. There are multiple stab wounds and cutting wounds in this photograph. There is a vertical stab wound depicted as
I'm glad we can see these pictures.
letter C on my autopsy report, which injures muscle and goes to the bottom of her skull and causes a fractured notched defect. There are 3 stab wounds on the left side of her neck that you can also see in this photograph. They're closely oriented and on the skin. The wound paths commingle, meaning overlap, underneath the skin and the muscle in her neck. And they injure the left jugular vein, which is a major vein in the neck, the right carotid artery, and the larynx, which is the breathing tube, the epiglottis, the esophagus. There is a stab wound at the anterior aspect as well, kind of towards the front of her face with a cutting wound, as well as an abrasion present in this photograph.
And can you describe the various depths of the wounds that we see here?
The wounds range from a quarter of an inch deep to up to 2.5 inches deep.
And what means or observations, given your training and experience, informed your conclusions regarding the number of stab wounds on this side of Christine's neck?
In terms of the number, I counted. And for the ones that are very closely oriented beside each other, I used my training and experience to reapproximate them, the elastic fibers in the skin, kind of pull them apart more so that I could reorient them to be able to kind of put them back together to see them better.
And are any of the wounds that you described on this side of her neck or the other, are any of them immediately fatal?
No, they're all rapidly fatal injuries.
And did you note any additional injuries to Christine's body during your exam?
Yes, she had abrasions and contusions about her body.
And you recorded those?
I did.
Before we move on to those, I am going to retrieve Commonwealth's Exhibit 26.
I don't know if I understood it correctly, but I kind of thought, so she had something close to her face. That's what I'm trying to say with that one. And then she had one at the bottom of her skull that chipped some of the skull. And then a horizontal one, so must have been like a, and then 3 stab wounds close to the artery, the jugular area that overlapped each other. Chipping of the skull isn't just that's, and she had abrasions on her body, so she most likely was fighting either the Joseph Ryan guys who thought he was giving her what she wanted, or potentially her husband when he attacked her. That's horrible, especially because it was not instantly fatal, but it was rapidly fatal, which means that it was up till a couple of minutes. That means she had time to see who did it and wonder why. That's horrible. We saw his hands on when he came out of the house. But again, if he had had blood on his clothes, he could always say, well, I was trying to save her. I was trying to give her CPR. Yeah. We don't know if she was raped. We haven't heard that result yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, just man up and get a divorce. This is, especially when she has time to find out who raped her. Yeah, and she didn't know why Joseph Ryan was at the house. And again, he has a date with Christine where they had an agreement that even though she screamed and hollered, he was supposed to rape her as well. So he might have thought, oh, I'm helping her. I'm doing what she wants. So yeah,
Exhibit
sure, I'm going to
26.
do that.
All right, any objection to 26, Mr. Kerr?
I'm sorry, good.
Any objection to 26, the knife? Okay. All right, entered evidence, 26.
If we could remove it from the, and then if, Dr. Kessler, that item, Commonwealth's Exhibit 26, as you're looking at it, is that item something that could have caused the wounds to Christine Banfield's neck?
Yes, it is a single-edged knife of a compatible size with the injuries on her neck.
And if we
That's a
could
big
display
knife.
it on the document camera? Sure.
That's going to make some big old holes.
Maybe.
It's the button on the top.
No comments. It is a nice knife. I really liked it back when I was working as a chef in the military. Those type of knives was really good. They kept a sharp edge. And they were really good at chopping salads. That's one of the worst thing about this. I had a buddy of mine whose dad unalived his mom. He only survived because she tossed her out of a window when he came in with a boomstick. And then he boomed her and then boomed himself after.
There's a button that zooms in and out, too. If you
And he can remember being tossed out of the window.
There you
So
go.
imagine having that much memory. But that must be,
Thank you.
he was kind of a special. Sometimes, yeah, he would snap.
Okay. I would like to talk about some of the additional injuries that you noted in your report. The photographs that we're going to be looking at have already been admitted, but they are under seal. So we're looking at Commonwealth's Exhibit 27. Can you describe the injuries that are depicted in that photo?
In this photograph of the front of Christine's head and face, there is a abrasion on her forehead. There's an abrasion on her left eyelid. You can see abrasions on the left side of her chin.
So she got punched in the face.
And then moving on to 28 and 29, can you describe the injuries that we're seeing in these photos?
Inventory.
This photograph shows 3 abrasions on the left side of her chin.
And I am going to go back to
Hey, Boosh. Sleep has been wonky. Glad to catch
24.
live stream. Glad to have you here.
which we've seen before. Is there an additional injury that you noted that we can see in this photo?
Yeah. On the right side of her chin at the angle of the jaw, there are contusions, which are bruises.
And going forward to Commonwealth's 30, and you describe the injury that we see here.
And that is an abrasion on the underside of her chin.
And in Commonwealth's 31, can you describe the injuries additional to the stab wounds that we see?
There's an abrasion at the kind of the backside of the neck. There's a bruise on the top of the right shoulder.
And moving forward to 32 and 33, can you describe the injuries we see in these photos?
In this photograph, there is a cutting wound on the top of the left shoulder with 2 adjacent abrasions or scrapes.
And in Commonwealth's 34, can you describe the injuries that you see in this photo?
In this photograph, you can see a bruise on the front side of her right arm, the upper chest on the right side, and the left side.
And in Commonwealth's 35, go ahead.
Is another photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 36 and Commonwealth's 37, can you describe this injury for us?
This is a photograph of a bruise on the inside of her right arm.
And looking at Commonwealth's 39, can you describe that injury for us?
And that is a more close-up photograph of the bruise on the front side of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 40.
This is a photograph of her body from the right lateral, the side, which includes the bruise on the front of her right arm.
And Commonwealth's 41, can you describe the injury for us in this photo?
This photo shows a portion of the right hand, the palm, and the right forearm, and there are abrasions across the forearm.
And 42, Commonwealth's 42,
Is a bruise on the back side of the right hand.
and Commonwealth's 43, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is the inside of the left arm, or the medial aspect, and it shows bruises.
And you say medial aspect, what's that part? What does that mean?
The inside, the side that's closer to your body.
And in Commonwealth's 44, what injury do we see here?
This is the front side of her right thigh, and there is a dark bruise and a fainter horizontal bruise across the front of the right thigh.
And in Commonwealth's 45, can you describe what injuries we're seeing here?
This is a picture of the left leg at the knee, and just below the knee, there is a bruise on the left leg.
And in Commonwealth's 46 and Commonwealth's 47, can you describe the injuries that we see in those photos?
These are photographs of the front side of the right thigh. The first photograph is further away, the second is close up, again, of a bruise.
And in Commonwealth's 48 and 49, can you describe the injury in that photo?
This is a photograph of the back side of her left leg at her calf. The first is a far away picture, and the second is a closer up photograph, also of a bruise.
When I was reading your report, I noticed that the abrasions are all described as orange or red. Is there any significance to orange and red abrasions?
The color red typically describes bleeding, or what we call vital reaction. So the body is perfused. There's blood in the capillaries and the blood vessels around that area. The heart is pumping, there's a pulse. Vital reaction are typically associated with red abrasions and injuries. Orange abrasions are a little more unclear. They can be what we call perimortem, which is at or around the time of death, or they could be postmortem, after death, and they are lacking that red vital reaction.
And I also noticed that the contusions or bruises are all described as purple, blue, pink, gray. Is there any significance to these colors?
As we're all well aware, bruises can come in a variety of colors. Typically, after a bruise appears, it can have a different appearance on different people. And as a bruise breaks down and heals and ages, it can change colors. Typically, a bruise that is more than 24 or 48 hours, a bruise that is yellow or green is typically more than 24 or 48 hours. Just because a bruise isn't yellow or green doesn't mean that you can age it.
And so if you noted green or yellow contusions, would you be able to tell us how old those were?
That would be more definitive evidence of, yes, that is an older bruise.
So is it fair to say that the bruises that we see on Christine Banfield are not as old as a yellow or green bruise would be?
There are no yellow or green bruises, so therefore there is no definitive evidence of older bruises.
And I want to talk a bit again about the wound.
So she got beat up, and again, that could be the play that this guy thought, because it sounded like someone had grabbed her arms. That's how I interpret the bruising on the inside of the arm. That would be consistent with him grabbing her and squeezing her biceps with his hands. But then you get the punches to the face, which again, this is my interpretation. We don't see anything. So I'm just trying to visualize it for myself, and maybe tell me in chat if I'm wrong. But again, it sounded like with the cheeks, the eyes, and above the eyes that someone had punched her in the face. And then you have the bruising on top of the shoulder with the knife. Wouldn't that most likely be her husband doing that then? I'm just trying to, and she had abrasions on her chest as well. I'm just, again, we don't see it, so I'm just trying to make it work in my head. If he punched her in the face and pushes her down and then goes at her with the knife, could that have been the way? Maybe Joseph was holding on to her because he thought he was doing what they had agreed. And then they came in, pew, and then he walks over, punches her in the face, pushes her down by punching her in the chest, and then goes at her with the knife, and it slips, and he hits the shoulder. I don't know.
Paths in the cutting wounds and the stab wounds on Christine's neck. Is there anything about their location on her body, their shape, their commingled nature that can tell us anything significant about her condition when they were inflicted?
They won't get yellow and
Because they are closely oriented, the shapes needed to be reapproximated, which could indicate movement by her or the assailant in the knife, which indicates she is alive.
And when you examined her respiratory system during the autopsy, what, if anything, did you find?
There is evidence of hemoaspiration, breathing of blood into the lungs, and swallowing of blood into the stomach, indicating she's alive.
And when you examined her gastrointestinal tract, what, if anything, did you find?
There's blood in her stomach from swallowing.
What is the significance of finding blood in the area where you found it?
It's from the injury of the upper airway and the esophagus, so the breathing tube and the food tube in the neck, and that blood is traveling down into the lungs and down into the stomach.
And I noted that the location was listed as the lumen. What does that mean?
That means inside the stomach.
And does the amount of bloody fluid have any significance?
There was 50 milliliters of blood in the stomach, so that's, some can travel passively, but that's how much was present in the stomach.
And do you have a reasonable opinion within a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of the death of Christine Banfield?
Yes.
And what is that?
The cause of death is multiple sharp force injuries, and the manner of death is homicide.
I don't have any further questions for you. Mr. Carroll is going to have some questions for you.
Joseph is a guy they set up a date with on a fetish website. He didn't know anything about this. He was lured to the scene and thought that they had an agreement that she wanted to be raped violently. And he then got shot in the face and in the chest.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Kessler.
Hello.
How are you? Sorry, I just need to get my
That's
act
fine.
together a little bit, Judge. Dr. Kessler, looking at Joe Ryan's autopsy that you performed, there were injuries on one of his hands. I think we talked about it when we were in person. Do you recall discussing that?
Yes.
And what's the nature of those injuries?
There's, on his left thumb, there's a bruise on the back side of it. There's a bruise on the palm side of the thumb with a cut or a puncture.
I'm sorry, what was the last word?
On the palm of the left thumb,
Okay,
there's a bruise with a cut, puncture injury.
okay. And would that be consistent with the knife that you've viewed?
It could be.
Okay. Now, was there any sort of discussion as to toxicology with regard to Mr. Ryan? Did you do any sort of testing regarding that?
Yes, toxicology was completed.
And what, if anything, came out from his system at that time?
The toxicology was positive for THC, carboxylic acid, 11-hydroxy tetrahydrocannabinol, and was inconclusive for tetrahydrocannabinol in the blood.
In the blood?
Yes.
Okay. And so what would that breakdown of what you just testified to, what would that indicate to you?
Those are typically components of marijuana. However, I defer further questions regarding the toxicology to the toxicologist.
Okay. Would it be, well, then I don't want to put you on the spot and say anything about that. I won't ask that question. And tetrahydrocannabinol is either marijuana or a byproduct of marijuana, correct?
Perhaps.
Okay. And would it be within your bounds to be able to say that there was marijuana smoked prior to this time when they ended up in the Banfield house?
I can't say that.
Okay. But it was evident in the toxicology?
It's in the blood.
Okay. Now, in your dealings with the Commonwealth Attorney's Office, how many people did you talk to? Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Was there one person that was the person in charge of discussing things with you in the
I
medical
think it's the
examiner's
same
office?
courtroom.
There is typically a representative from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office who is assigned the case.
Okay, and do you know who you spoke to about this case?
This case is from 2023, so the Commonwealth attorneys have changed throughout the course in regards to this trial here today. I discussed the case with Ms. Brisler and Ms. Sands.
Okay, did you talk to anybody else in the Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
Relevance, what's the relevance?
Um,
You want to approach them?
Yes.
Okay.
She didn't do the toxicology. She is not a toxicologist. She doesn't know what tetrahydrocannabinol can do in this case. But let's just go over it again. How many people go insanely crazy on weed? I'm not a fan of any drugs because we all know YouTube doesn't like we talk praisingly about anything. But him having weed in his blood, and I don't know what the rules are in Virginia. I'm always getting told what states are what happened. But him having weed in the system is not, oh my God, he went weed crazy. Is it legal in Virginia? Yeah, what's the law in Virginia for that one? Because if it's legal and he has it in his system, so what? What correlation do it have to do with anything? They have recreational use. Yeah, so he's not a stoner out there trying to unalive people because he got the reefer madness. It's probably 75% of the houses around them had someone toking up, or that lady who came running out over in her house coat probably already had her first martini espresso that morning. So come on now. It's I love it when they go all Tipper Gore with this. Oh, think about the children. Did you know they listen to heavy rap music? It was probably that's why they did it. Oh, he had the reefer madness. Let's go back to the good old days where they got some. No, don't, because I'll be seen as a. Remember back in the day when they put embalming fluid and PCP on their weed? They got weird. One little thing I was thinking when they showed those pictures to the jury, how great would this have been as the second to last witness and then the lead detective to wrap all of it up? Because if it's going to be a 4-week trial, tactically, this is too early to put all these pictures in front of the jury, in my opinion. I think weed stays in the system for a month. I've always been told when we do, because if they do traffic stop in Denmark and they have suspicion, they'll do like weed, cocaine, and amphetamines test. And I think they say 3 months in the system because it's stored in a fatty tissue. I bet his hands are soft and clammy. I don't know.
Dr. Kessler, is it true that the Commonwealth, not one of these ladies, asked you to speak to an outside private expert?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know when that was?
I don't recall the date or even the year.
Okay. And did you, sorry, Judge, may I approach? I just want to make sure I don't go beyond what you.
Mr. IRS doesn't smoke it. No, he's probably, because he's working for the federal government, so if he's having to do piss tests, he can't have anything in his system.
And Dr. Kessler, did you make a call to that expert?
I did not make a call. I corresponded via email.
Okay. Did that correspondence in any way cause you to change any of the findings that you would otherwise find?
No, I had already made all of my findings and developed my opinions, and they have not changed.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right, redirect.
Actually, I'm sorry, I have other questions not on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Dr. Kessler, in terms of the injuries to Christine Banfield, the injuries to the neck, do you have an opinion as to, I know you said rapidly, they were rapid, I forget the term you used.
Rapidly fatal.
I described them as rapidly fatal.
Rapidly fatal, yes, thank you. I wanted to make sure we got that. And these were the wounds that were on the neck.
Yes.
And I think you had said rapidly fatal was from seconds to minutes?
Yes.
Okay. And during that time of seconds to minutes, was there anything that would have hindered her ability to speak or say something?
There is injury of the larynx, the epiglottis, and the airway, perhaps.
Okay. So the possibility of speaking existed at that time?
I can't definitively say there, but I can confirm that there is injury of that area, not of her vocal cords, but injury of her airway and her larynx in the general area where sounds are made. But I can't tell you yes or no definitively if she could make noise or speak.
In communications, I guess in your contact with the police department, was there ever a request to determine if there was another knife?
I don't recall.
Were you ever asked for anything like that?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And is it fair to say then that the knife that you just presented to the jury was the only knife that you had any sort of contact with?
It's the only one that I recall seeing, yes.
Okay. Bear with me.
No, every IRS agent is provided a firearm, I think was what J-Bomb said earlier. He's going with someone else did it. It's the Shaggy defense. Wasn't me. And the nanny just lied so she could get an easy verdict.
On page 2 of your report for Christine Banfield, it says postmortem toxicology was positive for phentermine. Would that be something that would have been provided through emergency means, or do you have any way of knowing?
I have no way of knowing.
Do you know what phentermine is?
It's typically a weight loss drug. I don't know why she had it.
Okay. It wasn't something that was administered as part of, I would assume that it wouldn't be administered as part of any sort of life-saving measures or anything like that.
Not that I was indicated to me.
Okay.
Well, if she had diabetes, it could be life-saving.
Judge, I don't have any questions.
All right.
Any further questions?
All right.
Thank
Now
you.
read yours. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Marissa.
Judge, we don't have any redirects.
All right, is this witness subject to recall, or is she free to go?
Judge, not for me.
She was a little.
Mr. Carroll, is this,
She was a little. Like everyone else who's hit 40, she had a little meat on her bone.
is she subject to recall?
So she
All right,
probably
you're free
was
to go,
on,
Doctor. Thank you. Have a
on
good
some
day.
weight loss
All right,
drugs.
I think this is ladies and gentlemen, I think this is a good time to take our afternoon break for 15 minutes.
We just had our
So we'll go
afternoon
ahead
break
and
listening
take,
to that guy.
Our afternoon break for 15 minutes. Again, don't talk to anybody about the case, and don't do any outside research, okay? We'll see you in 15 minutes, okay?
He's so slow. Marissa, can you call court and ask to double his espresso shots in the morning? Oh yeah, the nanny had again. She wasn't a hot nanny that you think about when you see the movies.
5, and we are, the co-defendant's next, is that correct? So I'll get on the bench and we'll bring her out, and then we'll put her in the witness stand, they'll come out, and then we'll swear her in, okay? Everybody okay with that? All
Yes,
right,
ma'am.
we'll see you in
Thank you.
5305.
All rise.
Who did she say was next? Dakota?
And then we'll swear her, correct? So I'll get on the bench, and we are, the co-defendant's next, is that correct? So I'll get on the,
Did she say the co-defendant? She's not the co-defendant. But swear her in. Maybe it's the au pair coming in next. It kind of seems like it's the au pair coming in next. Yeah, the co-defendant, but she's not a co-defendant because she has already made a plea deal. And I heard it as the co-defendant Fleming, so I thought, what the hell? But co-defendant, but she has a plea deal, so we are already getting to the au pair. Codependent, but I'm sorry. What the hell are we doing? We built the chronological. That's fine. I expected the doctor who came in would be the emergency room doctor who would come in and talk about the treatment. Then I would have expected crime scene investigators who had been at the scene looking over what had happened was. I would have put the au pair third to last, this witness second to last, so the jury had all of the pictures fresh in their imagination, and then I would have the lead investigator rounded off. That's how I would have built it. That's normally what we see, because now we're gonna get technical evidence that shows that these people were on their phones making this Christine account. That's gonna be boring. I don't know. Please not complete until she upholds her. Well, she has signed it, but yeah, she hasn't been sentenced. But isn't it kind of a weird way to already get to the au pair? Why won't you keep her for the last bit of it? Have all of the technical stuff about how they made this fake account and how they can prove it wasn't Christine who contacted Joseph Ryan, set up the date, and all of that stuff. And then you have the au pair to come in and kind of give you a full timeline. You get the ME, so you get all the bloods and guts in there, so the jury get mad. And then you have the lead investigator coming in telling you how he lied when he was interrogated and all of that stuff. I don't know. She is still a defendant and a co-defendant in the same crime. So since she hasn't accepted the deal formally yet, she could get up there and be uncooperative still. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I thought the judge said Dakota Banfield. Could the daughter be coming in? No, the daughter will be 6 or 7 years old at this time. There was some talk about maybe potentially using an interview she had given, but I don't think that it was ruled admissible. Maybe they will want to show all the pictures again, so they'll see them at least 3 times through the trial. Midori, I don't know if this judge would allow them to do it, because at some point it's just, and these people have nothing to do with the autopsy photos. They would only have to see the crime scene photos. They wouldn't be watching the autopsy photos. Did I remember to invite Jamie? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Hey, 80s. Daughter will not come in. There's no reason for that. First of all, she's a 4-year-old at the time. Second of all, the knowledge she had is, we went to McDonald's and then I was in the basement and something said bang, bang. Okay. Thank you so much. You would never ever put her on the stand or interrogate her and play that in court. That has no reason. I think they want these images in the jury's brain when hearing the steps they took to make it happen. I still believe that because they have seen, remember, they saw all of the crime scene videos, body cams. They saw them trying to put the chest shield on that couldn't stick because there was so much blood. So they have all of those pictures in their head already. They know how horrible the crime scene looked. Again, normally you'll build it so you have the ME as one of the very last witnesses. Hey, Jamester, how are you doing?
Hey, sorry, I got caught up doing something, but I'm here.
Sleeping, I know.
No.
Don't you think it's weird that they already had the ME on?
Yeah, because I thought it was going to be like the hospital maybe that like treated her or something like that, but yeah. I don't know.
Hadn't he been charged with child endangerment? Because that's one of the charges against him, because the kid was in the house. So yeah. So
I mean,
no, but
what are they going to do for 4 weeks then? I
yeah, but
mean,
that's what I'm saying. We need. Let's go through it. We have all the things at the scene except the body cam of the nanny, and that's probably not going to come in this case because it has nothing to do with him other than seeing him walk out with blood on his hands. So that's really not that necessary. The one I showed yesterday. You need the technical evidence to prove they were the ones manipulating the phone and setting up this date. So you're probably going to see the search history or the communications between them about this date. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's gonna be
A lot of technical phone crap, I bet.
yeah, but yeah, crime scene because they didn't arrest him till way later. They didn't get them till like a year after this or something like that. So they will have some crime scene investigator coming in and talking about how the blood spatter didn't make sense to them, but and prove that the body had been manipulated, which I would have had them come in before the ME. But what the hell? 2.5 weeks about what?
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Hi, Boosh.
I love how Baker thinks they will, they because he thinks they won't make. No, but there's no reason to show in his trial show a picture of the nanny talking about something. They're going to ask her questions about it now on the stand. So showing her body cam video, they would have shown it in the morning when they showed all the other body cam videos. It's just what I'm saying. Watching her having a mental breakdown outside, I don't think it's really well relevant for this case because she is not sitting next to him as an accused in this case. That's just what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
I don't think we have to watch those 30 minutes of body cam video. That's yeah. Psychologically shocked the jury with horrible photos. They are mad now hearing all the evidence. They are still horrified. The more the photos are shown, they get desensitized. That's why I would have done it. I would have done the shock in the beginning with the body cams showing how horrible and how bloody the scene was and how the cops were trying to save both victims. Then I would have gone through the au pair. No, I would have waited with the au pair. Then I would have done the technical stuff. We all hate technical stuff. Cellbrite reports.
Yeah.
No one wants to listen to another Cellbrite report.
Nobody.
We need that 30-minute of how do you become a Cellbrite expert. Just ask Ian Whiffen. You don't.
I will say that I would be looking forward to these messages back and forth with this guy to see what was going on.
Yeah, if we get that, I want two people to read it. I don't want the one person. It's better when it's two people acting it out.
Yeah.
If he's in it, they can show it though, right? Yes, but that's what I said. There's only that little snippet where he comes out with blood on his hands. That's all we see in the video with him. So I don't think we'll get. You might get that little snippet, but other than that, we don't need that 30 minutes of him asking her if she wants a bottle of water.
Yeah.
You're a body cam video. I've been called a lot of things in my life, but yeah. Well, she could have given an interview to trained police officers who's taping it, and they can play that in court. They'll do that in some cases, especially when Cellbrite is not reliable, as per Ian Whiffen. We all know that Cellbrite is only unreliable in one case in history, and that's the Karen Reed case, because the exact same things that Ian Whiffen testified could not ever in any way be proven because of the way hush his files works, was exactly the same thing they used in the Brian Walsh case to prove that he had done it. They used the timestamps to prove when he did his searches. And Ian Whiffen said Cellbrite cannot give you an exact time. They can only say it could have happened at that point. In Brian Walsh, the exact same police or the same DA's office who paid money to disprove hash values, timestamps, and meta bits used exactly the same to prove that another man did it. She gave an interview, but the state can't use it. I think they had a ruling that it wasn't admissible, yes.
Yeah.
She's not done. You're done. Sue's done. They're on a break, Sue.
Oh, Stu, you poor thing. He's so
Why?
mean to you.
She's sitting over at MJ's playing words on a screen. She has been here for 2 minutes today because she's over there. Asylum, usual, unusual, and getting butted out because she writes too many comments. I know my Sue. She is she's a hussy. She has other streamers.
Oh, a hussy. I haven't heard that word in a long time.
No, but when the shoe fits, I have to say it. Actually, Big Fanny out of Georgia said Cellbrite was BS2 in her Nathan Wade case. That's the weirdo with the tattoos in the face.
What guy?
Nathan Wade.
Wade. Sounds
Isn't
familiar.
the guy who has like a skull
Might be.
tattoo on the cheek or something like that?
Maybe.
I think so.
I think so.
I play Friends and come here, that's it. I watched a great movie last night called Walton, a legacy stenographer, the ghost in the courtroom. The actor who played Walton was absolutely the best part of the movie. He was so great. Never ever heard about that one. Mm-mm. I don't know why
Well,
I done something to my Molly figure, so its little nose, it keeps looking like there's some kind of little box sitting there. I have to turn her forward. While I was making my dinner, my phone rang. It was my daughter, and she was like, "Oh, by the way, I'm coming on vacation at your house." Okay. Nothing about, is it okay? It was just, yeah, when you have your birthday on a Sunday, we're going to come down Saturday and sleep at your house. Okay.
Aww. Okay,
I'm gonna
first of
have-
all, yeah, children are allowed to just show up and stay, so don't even.
Yeah.
My parents would have no say either.
No, and she's bringing the baby, so she can do what she wants.
I love that though.
Yeah,
That
it's
she wants to
nice.
come stay at your house for your birthday. Oh.
Well, they're not coming to stay for my birthday, but when I planned my I wrote out that we could do it not this Saturday, but next Saturday, and then my brother apparently I think he's on ski break, ski vacation or something. So he was like, "Can we do it Sunday?" And then my daughter said, "Hey, I'm gonna come down and bring the kiddo." So I have to figure out if I'll put them in my bedroom in the big bed like we tried last time, and then he fell out of the bed in the middle of the night, and I had to run out there and what the hell's happening? And she was very confused-rated. Or so the rest of the
Oh.
week she slept on a I don't know what you call them. You have like your bed, and then you have like a mattress. We call them top mattresses on top of it. And I had an old one of those, and she was sleeping on that on the floor, so he didn't fall out of the bed.
So cute.
Thank you so much, Holly Mac, for gifting 5 memberships to Lizzie Fabulous, Mel, Misconduct. Oh, that's a wordplay, Jamie, if you didn't catch that one. Abby's mom. She's got it going on. And Melanie Lewis, Instead. Thank you, Holly Mac, for welcoming another 5 people. They now have access to the Sue Bird and the honey buns.
Isn't that special? Thanks, Holly.
A mattress topper, maybe that's what you call it.
Yeah, I just call it a topper.
Was your pair hot?
Anything
You get to
before
see
we
her
have
now.
the co-defendant come out?
Do they have
No?
portable
Okay,
baby
we
beds?
wanna get-
Yes, but he doesn't like to sleep in it. He's in a.
Co-defendant,
He's just started walking, so
I'm
he's.
just gonna wait for the jury to come back in.
You know,
Okay.
when they do those jumps, they get a little mom sick. Oh. Well, I asked her, and he's big now, and he can crawl out. He had slept in his own room, and then one morning she woke up and she could hear something. She said, "What the hell's the cat doing?" And she walked out to check, and he was just sitting out in the hallway looking at her. Morning. So yeah, it's. You're asking Jamie. She doesn't even know what a duvet is. She definitely doesn't know mattress toppers.
Hey, I mean, I don't know what Baker's talking about. I have like this foam thing that you put on top of your mattress.
Yeah,
to make
that's
just-
it. You
yeah.
have like your mattresses, and then you have like a, well, depending on. I have a memory foam one that's pretty deep.
Yeah, that's what I have.
Yeah, and that's the same I had because I used to have my queen size bed in here, so I saved the mattress topper for that. That's the one she slept on. So yeah.
They're
Baby
comfy.
gate on the bedroom door. Well, you know, first time moms, they are a little, oh, my bad. Well. But it's going to be nice having the kiddo over here.
Oh, for sure. You make breakfast and spend time.
Are you looking at her now and wondering, she wasn't that, Jamie, would you kill for
Well,
this?
Didn't she have blonde hair in that picture?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Would
Yeah,
you
she
kill
looks
for
totally
this?
different. Well, I wouldn't. I don't have no interest in this woman, but no.
Look at him following her all the way down there.
I mean, maybe for him, it's a step up. I don't know.
No, his wife was, she looked cute.
Yeah, but you know how it is.
Yeah, she was young. She put
yeah,
some
like a young
lead in the
girl.
pencil.
Yeah.
So, but just look at him following her with his eyes.
Mm-hmm. Well, because he knows he's probably screwed.
Yeah.
Ew.
And she's tiny.
Very short.
Yeah, it's insane, Sue. It's we were just talking about they already had the Emmy. Now they're putting her on the stand, and then we're going to go into the film itself right after this one.
You ready for the jury, Mr. Carroll?
Jeepers Christ, she's little. This is going to be interesting, Jamie.
Yeah. Can't wait to hear this.
I don't think there's a lot of blonde Brazilians.
Yeah, not natural, anyways.
No. Isn't it the throat goat? She is a little frumpy, especially with that dress. It looks like she's cut in half. And yes, we are allowed to say bad things about her because she has admitted her part in the crime. May have to
We're allowed to
testify
say
already.
bad things about everybody.
No,
That's what I say.
may have to testify already due to transport or something from the jail. Well, they could just call her. They claim it's going to be a 4-week trial. They could call her in 2 weeks. No,
Maybe it was
au pair
just
is a
easier.
French
Come
word.
with your
It's
next
from
witness.
Brazil.
Is Juliana Peres Magalhães.
All right, ma'am, if you could stand and face the clerk and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now you can have a seat.
I'm sorry.
What?
That's not what I want. This is what. No, that's not what I want. Stop doing what I don't want. Well, I'm going to do this. Even back then, she wasn't. Was she worth killing for?
No, that lipstick is horrid on her.
Yeah, that reminds me of
But
someone else. If you know, you know. But this horrible dye job.
I'm telling you.
Again, if it was the hot nanny, no, I don't recommend unaliving anyone over a nanny. But she's just mid.
She's
Even
mid.
this is her good look.
Yeah, this is probably filters and makeup, and
Yeah. Well, I don't think
she
her
has
lips
eyelashes on,
are naturally
obviously.
that red, Jamie. I don't know women, but I
No,
don't think these are natural.
no, but I can see a ton of foundation on too, so there's
Yeah.
other makeup.
So I'm just saying this is what he chose to kill his wife over. And this is what he had been living with if they had stayed together for 3 years.
Yeah, maybe she was giving it to him good.
Yeah, but that's the
He
thing.
was
Like
he was
someone
in
else
the
we
it
have
was in
talked
his head.
about, maybe stop banging all these randos and you won't get in trouble. No piece of ass is that good. And right now there's someone out there saying Gigi Hadid, oh my God, she's horrible to talk to. And she's 22. You couldn't have a conversation with her without her saying like 25,000 times. Like, like I like, then like,
Well, I
Good
can't really
afternoon.
imagine they had much in common.
Could you please state and spell your name for
she's the nanny who banged the husband and helped him kill the wife.
the court record?
Yes, Juliana, Juliana Perez, Beres Magalhães, Magalhães.
And how old are you now, Juliana?
25.
And do you know the defendant?
Yes.
What's his name?
Brendan Banfield.
When did you meet him?
No, I'm not saying she's ugly. I'm just saying she's mid. This isn't the one you go out of ruin a marriage, unalive your wife over this. Normally that'll be some coke-fueled rave with a girl who looks like she could have been in a movie. That's not this girl.
Back in October 2021. 22.
When did you meet him? When did you meet him?
Well, can you specify? Sorry.
She's 25
When did
now.
you first meet him?
In person when I first came to the States, and before that, through a video call with the family.
Okay. Do you recall what month or year that was?
When I came to the States,
Yes.
it was October
Do you know what year?
2021.
Okay. And when you first met Mr. Banfield, what was your relationship to him?
Professional. He was my boss.
And you said he was your boss.
Yeah.
What was your job?
I was their au pair.
And so you said you worked as an au pair. What does that mean?
Au pair is like a nanny position, but somebody comes from another country, providing care for their kids, and in exchange they live with their family, and yeah.
Okay.
basically.
Do you get paid to be an au pair?
Yes,
How much?
$200 a week.
And how long of a stay did you have as an au pair?
We can have from a year to 2 years, but as an au pair, I stayed for a year.
Okay. And did you, so you arrived, you said you arrived in October of 2021, and you said you stayed for a year?
Yeah,
And then did you extend that stay?
yes.
And how long did you extend the stay for?
I think I might have extended for another year.
Let's talk about when you lived with the Banfield family and worked for them as their au pair. Where did you live?
I lived in their house, in their home.
Okay. And who lived there with you?
It was Brendan, his wife Christine, and their daughter.
And we know who Brendan is.
Yeah.
Who's Christine?
Christine was Brendan's wife.
And you said their daughter?
Yeah,
What was their daughter's name?
Valerie.
What was your life like with them?
With the family,
Yeah, when you first got there, what was it like?
it was kind of a period for me to adapt to the family, to my job, to the country. But I was very welcome, I guess.
And what was Brendan like when you first came to live with the family and be their au pair?
We barely spoke, like, my relationship was mostly with Christine and Valerie. Brendan and I barely spoke at all.
Okay. What was Christine like?
Christine was very friendly, very welcoming, very fair. Yeah.
Did you spend time with her and spend time with Valerie together?
Yes.
And did you spend time on your own with Christine?
Maybe a couple times going to a store or, yeah.
Do you recall if Christine had a blood disorder?
I heard about it, yes.
And do you know the name of it?
I do not know.
Do you know if she took any medication for it?
As far as I know, no.
What was Valerie like?
Valerie is very loving, very caring. She's just,
How old was Valerie when you met her in 2021?
she was 3.5, I guess.
I'm sorry, say that again?
3.5.
And were there any other children that were living in the Banfield's home while you lived there too?
No,
Do you know if they had an au pair before you were their au pair?
yeah.
Who was that?
It was Amanda.
And when you began working for the Banfields, do you need a minute? When you began working for the Banfields, do you remember what their jobs were?
Yeah,
Do you know what their jobs were?
yeah. Christina was RN, and Brenna was working, I guess, as an investigator for the IRS.
At some point, while you were working for the Banfield family, did your relationship with the defendant change?
Yes,
How did it change?
it became sexual, physical relationship.
And do you recall when the relationship changed?
It was August 2022.
And did you keep the relationship, this new relationship with the defendant, did you keep this a secret?
For my part, some of my friends, they knew because I told them, and I used to post on my Instagram. But for his part, yeah, it was a secret.
Okay. You said you told some friends about it.
Yeah.
Do you remember which friends you told?
I told Beatrice about it and Pamela.
And did you take any photos of you and the defendant after you began a romantic or physical relationship?
Yes,
And you said you had posted some things to social media?
yes.
Okay. I am going to show you a couple of photos. And if I could have this view be to the witness and counsel only, please.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54. This is 51.
She's gonna have time
52,
served. That's the
53,
deal.
and 54. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
It's me and Brendan.
And are these social media posts that you made?
Yes,
Judge, at this time, what I would ask the court to do is admit these as Commonwealths 51, 52, 53, and 54.
All right, any objection? Okay, 51, 52, 53, and 54 in evidence.
And we can publish the first one to the jury. Can you tell us who's under the emoji here?
It's Brendan.
And then a couple of these have noise. And then this one, Commonwealth 53, can you describe who this is?
It's Brendan's hand,
And whose leg is that?
my leg.
And the date on the photo that is posted, is that the date that the photo was taken?
Yes.
And this photo here, Commonwealth 54, who's under the emoji?
It's Brendan.
Do you know when this photo was taken
It's from the same day as the previous picture.
as the previous one?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I want to go back to 52.
No, she got.
And in that,
Is that
in
a video?
post, who is present in that post?
Yeah.
His person behind the emoji.
And who is behind the emoji?
Brendan.
And is it you and Brendan singing in that post?
Yes.
Oh my God.
So you
So
began a sexual
lame.
relationship with the defendant in August of 2022 when you were how old?
I was
No.
21.
I'm served.
And when this relationship began, did you ever think about how it might end?
No, I didn't really think it was serious, a relationship.
Oh.
And did the defendant ever talk with you about any long-term plans?
I've come to this conclusion there must be a court order not to show any of the evidence. That's what I'm kind of getting to, since we don't see stuff like this. This shouldn't be hidden from the courtroom.
For the two of you?
Not initially.
Yeah, it's weird.
Not initially. Did he ever, though?
Yes.
When did that talk start?
I think it started after he talked about his plan.
Okay. And did he ever talk about the two of you getting married or the two of you having children?
Yes.
And do you recall when that talk began?
Also, after he mentioned his plan.
Mention his plan.
Did he ever talk about his relationship with his wife, Christine Banfield?
Sometimes it would come up in our conversation and he would talk about it.
And what did he say?
He used to say that she didn't seem to care about where he was, what he was doing. She didn't seem to care about him at all. And that she was helpless and just lazy.
Do you recall when he said those things?
When?
Yes.
Well, many times during our conversation when she came up.
And did he ever talk to you about anything else about his relationship? Did he ever talk about getting a divorce with her?
No, he basically said divorce was not an option.
Did he say why?
Money was involved.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Money.
Okay. Anything else?
Money was involved and Valerie's custody too.
And what about those things? Did he say anything specifically about money or Valerie's custody?
Yeah, he said that he didn't want to have share Valerie with Christine, that she wasn't good for Valerie. So he wanted to have Valerie full time. And money plus she should have more money than he would if they ever split.
And so he didn't want to get divorced. Did he tell you what he wanted to do?
Yes.
What did he say?
He mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
And you said he mentioned his plan to get rid of her.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When did he talk about that first?
I would say it was in October 2022.
And what specifically was his plan to get rid of her?
Initially, he didn't really know what he would do. He just mentioned that he was thinking about it, and he would think better and let me know when he thought about it. Yeah,
Where were the
Amazing.
two of you when this first conversation took place?
New York.
And were you on a trip to New York with only him?
It was him and Valerie.
What did you think when he told you that?
At first, I thought he was joking. Yeah, for me, it was a joke.
And you said that you were in New York when that conversation happened.
Yeah,
Did the three of you return to Virginia after that trip?
yes, we did.
And did he talk about this plan again after you returned?
Yeah,
And did he give you more information or more detail about what he intended to have happen?
yeah. He said he wasn't going to hire anybody because that is something that throughout investigation can be discovered easily. And that he had heard of a website called Pet Life. He's never done anything on the website, but he heard about it, and that's what he was going to do.
And did he tell you anything more about the plan at this point?
At that point, not really. He was still thinking about it.
And at the end of October of 2022, did you visit a shooting range?
Yes,
And did anyone come with you?
Brendan.
The first time that you went to the shooting range, do you recall signing any paperwork?
Yes,
Judge, at this point, I'm going to display a photograph. I would ask for the display to be to the witness and counsel only.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to look at the screen in front of you. Do you have, is there a document on your screen?
yes,
Okay. And I'm gonna scroll through this document for you slowly.
Just for the record, could you, the exhibit number of the
Oh,
document?
it is exhibit number 56.
Thank you.
Do you recognize this exhibit?
yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's the waiver you have to sign when you first go to the shooting range.
And did you sign this?
Yeah,
Is that your signature there on page 6?
yes,
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit this as Commonwealth's 56 and allow for it to be published to the jury.
Any objection? All right, 56 in evidence and published.
And I'm going to just bring it back up to the top so that the jury can see it. Do you recall the date on the form?
yeah, October 29, 2022.
And on that date, do you recall shooting a firearm?
Yes,
Do you remember if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it was a handgun.
And was the defendant with you while you were firing the handgun on that day?
Yes,
Did you ever go back to the firing range again?
eventually we did.
Do you remember when you went back to the firing range?
I would say back in December.
Oh,
And did you practice firing a firearm on that December visit?
Yes,
And again, what kind of firearm? Do you recall if it was a handgun or a long gun?
it's a handgun.
And was anyone with you when you returned to the firing range in December?
It's Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask for the view of Commonwealth 56 to be terminated to the gallery. And I am going to move to Commonwealth's 57 for the view of the witness and counsel only at this point. Do you see a photograph on your screen?
I do.
Okay. And do you recognize this photograph?
Yes,
How do you recognize it?
it's me at the shooting range.
And do you know who took this picture?
Brendan.
Judge, at this point, I am going to ask to have this admitted as Commonwealth's 57.
All right, any objection to 57? All right, 57 evidence and published.
Did the defendant tell you why he wanted to return to the firing range for that second visit?
Yes,
And why was that?
that's in case I need to use it if something goes wrong.
I was wrong.
And what would go wrong? What was he concerned about going wrong? Had he told you more of his plan at this point?
At that point specifically, I can't really recall.
Does anyone on Gostoso tira photo bem tirada ha 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 smiley crying little emoji pew pew.
We need some iris.
Yeah, it's Portuguese, but sometimes people who speak Spanish can kind of like I can read a
Yeah,
little
she
bit
might
of
know
Dutch.
some words.
Yeah, I can write it in chat because you might not be able to see it.
Hold on.
Chita photo bim chita da.
Call.
But he told you that he wanted you at the firing range because you needed, in case something went wrong.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
After the December visit to the shooting range, what, if any, additional steps did the defendant take to move his plan forward?
It was in January when he created the account or website.
Okay. So were you present when he created the FetLife account?
Yes.
And did he use his own email address to create the account?
No, he did not.
What email address did he use?
He created a new email account for Christine, and Christine's name.
And were you there when he created that email address?
Yeah, yeah.
And do you recall what device he used to create the email address?
To her laptop,
And when you say her laptop, whose laptop are you talking about?
Christine's laptop.
And do you recall what device he used to create the FetLife account?
That was the laptop.
And when you say the laptop, are you talking about Christine's laptop?
Yes.
That's a weird translation.
And do you recall the name of the profile that the defendant created for the FetLife account?
Anastasia Knight.
And was there a
typed it
photograph
in.
added to that profile?
Yes.
Who is the photograph?
Did you remember to put it in Portuguese?
Yeah, it says Portuguese Brazil, and it says the hottie takes a well-taken photo, is what it like translates to. It's kind of like a weird translation. The hottie takes a well-taken photo. Okay.
Maybe it means look at this hot mama looking, or I'm looking hot in this photo or something like that.
Yeah, it might not translate well to English,
Yeah,
but hey, okay. That's what it was said, apparently.
yeah.
Of?
It's Christine's body in a bathing suit.
And who added the photograph to the profile?
Brendan did.
And who typed the words for the profile?
I hear that.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Brendan did.
Okay. If I could have the view terminated to the gallery at this point. And I am going to ask for exhibits 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65, all photographs, to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point. I'm going to show you a series of screenshots, and then I'm going to ask you about them. So this is 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65. Do you recognize these photos, these screenshots?
Yes.
How do you recognize them?
It was the FetLife account.
And Judge, at this point, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth's 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, and 65 to be admitted under seal and published to the jury only.
All right. No objection. All right, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, admitted under seal.
Okay, and I'm going to run back through them.
58.
Okay. So
Joe's goose is already cooked. Joe is dead. The guy who is sitting right in front of us is called Brandon. Joe is dead. He is the victim.
Commonwealth's 58. Is this the FetLife profile that was
Yeah,
posted?
it's the same with Danish.
And
Change the words.
the about section here that we can see, who wrote the words in that? Who composed that?
Brandon.
And then in 59, Commonwealth's 59, is this also a part of the FetLife profile?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 60, is this the photograph that was used as the profile photo for the FetLife?
Yes.
profile. And then Commonwealth 61 here, is this the group, for lack of a better word, that this profile was posted in?
Oh, sorry, can you repeat again, please?
Sure. This photograph here, Commonwealth 61, is this the group within VetLife that you use to communicate with other users?
Yes.
And then Commonwealth 62, is this the post that you and Brendan used on FetLife?
Is there an what's your objection, Mr. Leading, okay?
Okay, understood. All right.
I'll sustain the objection.
Take a look at Commonwealth 62. Can you describe for us what it is?
It's a post made on the profile
And what website was this posted on?
of FetLife.
And what was the reason for posting it?
It was what the account was first created, I guess, and to tell people what she was looking for.
And whose idea was it to post this? Whose idea was it to post this?
Brendan.
Okay. We can terminate this view at this point. How did you and Brendan, how did you use the laptop? How did the two of you use her laptop without her knowing about it?
It was because every time she used to get home from work, she throw her backpack by the door, and in the backpack was her laptop and her work stuff.
And once the FetLife account was created, what, if anything, did the two of you do with it?
Texting other people, other guys. They would also text looking for whatever it is that they're interested in.
Okay. And had Brendan explained to you at this point in time, or was there any explanation given to you about what it was that he was using FetLife for, or what it was he was looking for from another FetLife user?
Yeah.
What was that?
The website is for BDSM, people that like that kind of stuff, and he said we would be able to find somebody that plays like aggressive or that likes playing with blood and that kind of stuff.
And why? What was what if any reason did he want to find someone like that for?
Well, because the person would be eventually the person would be invited to come to the house, and he needed to know that the person was willing, or he was going to do what he had in his mind.
And what was he using FetLife to ask other users to do to the Anastasia profile?
Things like pinning her down, gagging her, spanking.
Right.
Yeah.
And when the two of you used FetLife to message other people, were you, who would do the typing? Were you typing? Was Brendan typing?
To talk to other people?
Yes.
You asked. Sometimes it would be him, sometimes it would be me by his instruction when he was with me.
And were the two of you typically together while you were using FetLife to message other people?
Yes.
And was Christine home or not home when the two of you used FetLife?
She was home.
Always?
Yes.
Why?
Because he always mentioned for us to make sure to log in on the account when she was also home. So it would have, throughout the investigation, it would have been very clear that, like, whenever she was using the profile, she was home, and yeah.
And you said because during the
That's a
investigation.
smart think, though.
Why would there be an investigation?
Well, he always thought, like, in advance. He knew how the investigation would go. Like, he always knew, and yeah.
People are saying she's reading her answers. I'm looking in her glasses and I can't see anything on the screen either. Looks like it's a dark screen.
Yeah,
think
why
she's
would she be
just-
reading her answers?
But why did
I
he
think
know?
she's just disassociating.
What do you know?
Yeah, why? He
Yeah.
said because he always knew about the investigation. What did he know about an investigation? There hadn't been one yet.
He knew eventually we would have one investigation
Why?
because there would be a murder, and it's just what happens. Investigation.
Did he tell you that?
Yeah.
What specifically did he tell you about that?
Well, he knew that we needed to have some alibis. He knew that he needed to change his routine a few weeks prior, so it wouldn't be odd that he wasn't, just at McDonald's on that day specifically.
Okay. I'm going to show you a couple of items one at a time. The parties have stipulated to the admissibility of the next two items, the next several items. The first two are going to be Commonwealth 66 and 67. And Judge, Commonwealth 66, I'm going to ask to have published to the jury and counsel only, and I'm going to ask that these be under seal.
66 and 67?
Yes.
And there's an agreement to admissibility, is that correct, Mr. Kara? Okay, so 66 and 67 are in evidence under seal.
Say that again. Let me see. Yep.
Yeah, she took a plea deal that could save her ass. Time served, and then she'll probably be deported, but she's not going to spend the rest of her life in prison. It's four murders they were charged with. She got manslaughter, time served, hasta luego, back to Brazil. So, yeah.
Yeah, lucky her.
Yeah. Again, whenever Jamie and I go down, I'll be singing like a canary about all the stuff I know.
I'll be singing first. So
You won't have time. I'll be singing when they pick us up.
we'll be like fighting to get in the building together. I'll tell you everything, I swear.
No, I'll tell you first. And he's disgusting.
Having a
but
couple of
she's
technical
disgusting
difficulties,
as
so I'm
well.
going to move on for a minute, and then we'll go back to 66 and 67.
Come on, get your.
Did you and the defendant ever travel out of town together?
Yes.
Where did you go?
To Winchester, Virginia.
Do you recall when that was?
When?
When?
Not exact date, no.
Do you know if it was before or after that the defendant created the FetLife profile?
Can I say if I'm not 100% sure though?
You don't recall?
No.
Okay. How did you arrange to go to Winchester together?
He was going for an overnight stay in a hotel for his job.
Okay.
And
Go ahead.
and he took his car, his work car, and I took the white car his to drive.
And when the two of you were in Winchester, was there ever any posting on FetLife at that time?
No,
And why would that have been?
because like I said before, that he always made sure to.
What's your objection, Mr. Kara? Microphone, I can't, it's very hard to hear you. What's your legal objection?
legal objection. She's asked and answered that she didn't do any posting. And so,
Okay, asked and
any
answered.
further question?
I'm sorry, I missed that.
He said asked and answered.
I don't think I asked her if any of them posted on FetLife while they were out of town in Winchester.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection. Go ahead.
Sorry. Did either of you post on FetLife or message anyone on FetLife while the two of you were in Winchester?
No,
And why is that?
because we would only post when we were home and she was home at the same time.
Okay. And were there any other things that the two of you did to make it look like Christine was the one messaging in FetLife? Do you want me to ask that a different way?
Yes, please.
Did the two of you ever message people or post on FetLife when Christine was home and only one of you was home?
Yes.
And whose idea was that?
Brendan?
And did he say why?
Yes.
And why was that?
Because, again, when he talked about the investigation we would have at some point, he pointed out that the police would have access to where our phones pin, and so we wouldn't be able to accuse him of doing that, because sometimes she would be doing it, posting and messaging, and she would be home and he wouldn't be home, and other times I wouldn't be home, and so there would be no way to actually prove it, and that's the alibis he talked about.
Can you recall any specific instances of how it would have worked for one of you to be home posting while Christine was home and the other one was out of the home?
That normally happened when both of us went to the gym, and he would tell me to leave earlier and go home so I'd get home before him, and for me to log in the account and, text people, talk to people. And other times he would tell me to hang in the gym behind, and he would leave earlier, so he would be the one logging in and talking to people.
Okay. And
I'm already
the gym that you're
exhausted by all
talking
these
about, do you recall
shenanigans.
which gym that
Yeah.
was?
Yeah, Lifetime.
And did the two of you, and do you know which location?
Yeah, Ruston.
Did the two of you go to Lifetime Fitness together frequently?
Yes.
Did Christine go with the two of you?
It was just maybe a couple times, but nothing. It was normally Rana and I.
Okay. I'm going to go back to Commonwealth 66 and 67 at this point. If we could see 66.
You can publish from the table, please.
Just give us a second.
Yeah, to have to remember to no, you got to go 5 minutes before me, and then you got to do this and do that. Oh my God,
Yeah, it's too
already
much
I'm
work.
lost. I would have gave up already. I'm gonna tell
Yeah.
the cops.
All right, so looking at Commonwealth 66.
She can get a green card and she can get a family in the States. That's why she's having an affair with him.
Can you see it on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the top of your screen, there's a column that's titled User ID. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. The user ID identified as Anastasia 9.
Okay.
Who wrote the messages from Anastasia 9? Not that specific message, but just in general. Who is the person or persons who are writing the messages from Anastasia 9?
It's either me or Brendan.
And the other user IDs that we see that are largely numbers in this view, are those messages that are received by you and the defendant using the Anastasia 9 profile?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to ask for us to scroll forward a little bit to location number 367 or cell 367. The user ID, Taco Supreme 7000. Did you come to know who that was?
Taco Supreme.
Joe?
That's Joseph Ryan's name is Taco Supreme.
No, it's not.
That's his username. Come on.
Oh God.
I would
Love
be
this.
Honey Bun Baguette Slayer.
Yeah.
666.
69. You always got that 69.
Oh
there.
yeah. Honey Bun Baguette Slayer 69 would be mine.
Yep.
Farrell is already searching for that account.
Yeah.
And now if we could switch to Commonwealth 67. The Taco Supreme 7000 profile that you came to know as Joe Ryan. We see that profile, and we see Anastasia 9 communicating in this view of the spreadsheet. Do you recognize these as FetLife chats that you and Brendan wrote from Anastasia 9 and received from Taco Supreme?
Yes.
And when the two of you were using FetLife, I've asked you before what it was that Brendan was looking for. What is it about Joe's answers and messages that attracted Brendan to selecting Joe? Did he ever tell you?
He told me at some point too, but he was always making comments like that Joe was the white person.
Did he say why?
Because he seemed to be like the person who would do the things that Brendan needed the person to do.
Okay. And I'm now going to ask you to look at Commonwealth's 68, 69, 70, 71, and 72, one at a time.
Can you go back to that numbers?
Go back to this.
Yeah. You're still connected.
If they're the same.
Okay.
And Judge, let's look at 68 first.
We're just getting back to the podium, hold on.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do think these are all Excel spreadsheets. and I
Okay,
think
do you
we're
want
Food Fairy, Joseph Ryan is the victim that is behind Taco Supreme. He got lured into it under the pretense that Anastasia, who was Christine, that's the female victim, was into rough grape and blood play. He arrives at the house. They had set it up so they could come in, pew him, and stabulate her. And this is how it all fits in. The nanny was in on it, and she's now singing.
Yeah, stay with me.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're having trouble with Excel from this computer.
Okay.
So first, if we could look at 68 from the witness and counsel views only.
I don't know if he was a willing participant. He didn't know.
And again, Your Honor, the parties have stipulated to the FetLife chats. So I believe that.
Oh, Dodo tried to do the Portuguese translation, and it got the handsome guy takes a really good photo. So I don't know if it's because you put in Brazilian or something, but that makes sense. The handsome guy takes a really good photo. That makes way more sense with the Portuguese translation.
Well, somebody said it's like a slang for hot or some sexy or something. So maybe that's why.
Yeah, but if it's the
translating it
guy,
weird.
if it's the guy who takes the picture, if it's the hot guy who takes the picture or the handsome guy who takes the picture, that makes sense. Because then it's him taking the picture of her shooting. And she wrote on it, the handsome guy takes a good picture. Because it was a good picture of her. taken by
Yeah.
the handsome guy.
Ugh.
All of these exhibits can be admitted, but I'd ask that they be admitted under seal.
68, 69, 70?
68, 69, 70, 71, and 72.
Okay, is that correct, Mr. Carroll? Do you need to see them all? She said you've already agreed to, not the miscibility, but just to the foundation.
These are the same exhibits that were provided to council last weekend. They're,
If you could go through them, do you want me to go through these and make sure? Okay. You need to see them, is that what you, okay, I'm sorry, just, if you don't have your microphone on, I have a lot of trouble hearing you up here. Okay, all right, so you need to see.
My
Okay,
client and I need to
You
see.
could go through all those exhibits, Ms. Bristler.
Okay, so looking at 68 is a short one.
The one that's on screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, no objection.
All right, so 68 in evidence, under seal. Is this 69 we're
This
looking
is
at now?
69.
69.
No objection, 69 under seal.
He's like Elaine. Elaine, Mike, I'm trying, Your Honor.
The
And I don't
worst.
know who have sent a package to me the
That's
day before
67?
Christmas, but
Is
that
that correct?
seems to
I'm
be
sorry,
arriving
70?
in 2 days.
70, okay, 70 under seal.
So I'm looking forward
71.
to finding out who
Forget
sent
about
it.
71.
I am too. Oh, yay, presents.
Yeah, and Holly Mac, your package is being run through the customs
71 under
right
seal,
now,
and
so
then
maybe
72.
I'll see when I have to pay for it. Elaine, your mic, Elaine, yeah, same courtroom.
No objection.
All right, so 72 also under seal. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if we could go back to 68. Can you see on your screen Commonwealth 68?
Yes.
Okay, and you see again, in the menu, in the title bar there, you see ID, conversation ID, user ID, body. So the conversation ID that we're looking at, I just want to
wanna
check and make
see
sure we're
it.
both looking at the same thing. 446774523.
Yes.
Okay, so we see these messages between this user ID and then the Anastasia profile. This user ID says, I wish I could get you to come meet me at my hotel in Richmond next Wednesday night. And then the Anastasia profile says, thank you, Richmond is too far for me. I'm looking to chat a bit before meeting someone. So why would it be that you guys wouldn't have pursued this user?
Because all along,
Depends.
his plan was for the person to come in the house.
I'm just happy.
And when we're looking again at the Anastasia profile, is it you and or Brendan who is operating the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
Okay. Then if we could move on to Commonwealth 69.
Giggity.
So just making sure that we're looking at the same thing on the screen. I'm looking at conversation 447868690.
Yes.
All right, okay. So this person is looking for someone to meet up with at restaurants and coffee shops and just talking and getting to know one another. They'd like to go to an event eventually, and they say they're pretty new to FET World, but willing to learn. And then the Anastasia profile says, I'm not looking to go out on dates, sorry. Why is it that the two of you wouldn't have pursued, why would Brendan have not pursued this person to further converse with?
Sorry, I'm sorry.
It's okay. So this person is asking to meet out in public. Is that something that Brendan was interested in having the Anastasia profile do?
No,
Why not?
because again, he needs somebody that would agree to come to the house. Yeah, so to do the things that he needed the person to do.
And meeting out in public is not something that.
No,
Let's look at the Exhibit Commonwealth 70. Ready, I want to stay at the top first. Okay. So again, just making sure we're looking at the same document. I'm looking at conversation ID 452-721-523.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So so this user ID messages the Anastasia profile and says, saw your ad, I'm interested, a little
don't
bit
know.
about what I like and have done in the past.
It's
First
in
off, restraints, and I've used
process
rope
right
and
now.
some leather cuffs and some vinyl tape. The profile goes on to describe pretty specifically what experience and what equipment that this person
Yeah.
has and can bring to this relationship. Is this someone that, is this someone that the two of you might have been interested in?
Can I just read it over?
Say that again?
Can I just read it over?
Yes, of course, take your time.
I would be so embarrassed to
Yes.
testify about this. Well, I would be embarrassed to unalive people. So,
Yeah, I'd be embarrassed to be involved in all of this.
and I
Thank you.
and I kind of get that. Oh, she's also the victim here because this big old evil man seduced her. Why didn't she tell the wife the first time he said, "I'm going
Request
to
to get
kill
together.
her"?
No.
And why wouldn't
Because that's the thing that it's so easy to say. Well, she's just a victim. She was 21. She was seduced by this old man. Well, she had a lot of times with him where she could just have said, "No, I'm
Yeah.
going to tell your
She knows
wife.
right
I'm going
from
to call
wrong.
police." That's the
I
thing.
mean, right? Just like we all know right from wrong. You can't say,
Yeah,
oh, well, no, you know that offing somebody is not a good thing.
yeah. You can have an affair. You shouldn't, but you can. That's for your personal morals. Yeah, you can ruin a marriage. Probably not a good idea. But from that till okay, I'm going to help you kill someone. There's a lot of personal responsibility that people seem to forget that. Well, she was just a poor innocent woman. Fuck that. When I was 21 years old, I was training to get deployed. There's 18-year-old kids running around fighting wars right now. But oh no, she was just this evil little man. Just go to the wife, say, "I'm sorry, I banged your wife, your husband, but he's talking about killing you now. I have to get out of this." Yeah, she would be chucked right back to Brazil, but that's way better than this is going to happen. She's gotten a sweetheart deal. She will have time served, not the 10 years that it could maximum have given. But she gets away with killing people. And she goes back to Brazil and she can dye her hair blonde again, put on the push-up bra, and find another man that she can seduce. She can go and be a pair in Europe instead. But I'm just, she's sitting there and, oh, I'm the victim. I didn't do anything. It was him who told me to do all the stuff. Yeah. I'm just saying the content, like if I've ever had to testify about profile like this meeting for SMEX and have to read them in court, I'll die of embarrassment. Oh, Sleuthy, go look up the Dom case from Texas and just watch them read the text messages between this poor guy who met up with his high school sweetheart and her wanting him to be a dominant sexual partner to her. You will never see more cringe and more embarrassment. And it's not even the people who did it who reads them. It's the most, at some point, Jamie, we have to watch that again because it was so cringe. My
Yeah.
toes were.
If there's a break in trials, that's the one you need to pull up next.
Yeah,
Do a
that's,
rewatch.
oh, my husband just killed me in the hot tub because he forced me to give him mouth hugs, so I passed away and he resuscitated me. Oh, that's horrible. Yeah, what would you do to me?
Oh
What?
my God, that I forgot about that. Yeah, pushing her head underwater, trying to make it until she passed out, and then he resuscitated her and do it again.
Yeah, and
That's the stupidest thing I ever heard.
yeah, and then 2 seconds later, she was like, "Oh, Daddy, what are you gonna do to me?"
Oh yeah, like he brings people over and they,
Seven
gang
guys
grape me or whatever.
for my birthday. He had 7 guys grape me.
Yeah, and then she's like, "Well, why don't you get a, what are you
Yeah,
gonna
do an
do to me?"
online
kind of
course
thing.
to
Like,
learn how to be more dominant towards me.
God, what a train wreck. And all the pictures she was sending him of like all her wounds.
Yeah,
It's like, that is not you, lady.
no. She went on websites and they backtracked them with Google images, and there was just sexual abuse victims all over the place. And he drove from Tennessee to Texas and put 7 holes in that guy, and he
'Cause
didn't
he thought,
he
yeah,
didn't even get a mouth hug for it.
no. Like, he literally believed her. And
Yeah.
that was the crazy part. Oh my
Oh,
Lord. That was good.
that was a good case.
That detective and the prosecutor having to read those messages back and forth. Oh,
And if you could scroll down a little bit. So this conversation looks like it went on for a little bit longer than the past 2 conversations. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And then if you look at cell number 931, the profile says, the other user says, I would expect that you might want to meet somewhere in public before doing anything in private. Your call on how or when to do that. Most weekdays I could get away at some point during the day to get a bite to eat or coffee or a drink after work. And then it goes on from there.
It was the
Did you guys
Darren
answer that?
Daddy
Take a look
Dom
at the
Lopez
spreadsheet
trial.
and let me know if you see an answer to this request to get together.
No,
And why wouldn't you have responded?
because that's not something he was interested in, going for a coffee or meeting in public.
Okay. And then if we could go on to Commonwealth 72. And then if we can move down to cell number 571.
I have to say it again. Sorry.
There we go. Okay, so in this conversation, and let's make sure we're looking at the same conversation again. I'm looking at conversation 448599624.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So in this conversation, there's some initial talk, and then in cell number 571, the Anastasia profile says, I don't have restraints. It's something you would need to bring and be comfortable doing. Sounds really intense. And then there's more, but I'm not going to read that aloud. Why did the other user need to bring restraints?
Well, because we didn't have it. And whoever the person was going to be was supposed to bring all the stuff, like the restraints and our cups, whatever the person's supposed to have to bring.
And whose idea was that?
Brenda's.
And what else was the person eventually supposed to bring?
Eventually, you want the person to bring a knife.
Okay. And when we look at cell number 572, this user responds to the Anastasia profile, and this user says, so I'm a vet. We'd need to work up to restraints. I don't recommend them until the 2nd or 3rd time, once trust is there. And then in 573, this user says, if you're for real, let's grab a drink or coffee in public to see if there's attraction, no expectations. I work out in Fairfax County on Tuesdays if you're around. And then
She did a plea deal. She's still awaiting sentencing. She will get away with time served is the deal they have made. It's 2026. Can we get timestamp? Thanks for making it work harder. No. because I would have to sit and manually go through every single video and put it up there. So it's not going to happen, big dog. 2026 will also not be the year where I will go back and do the timestamps, because I can't do it in an efficient manner. So I'm sorry, still no timestamps, because it's going to be a shit ton of work that I'll have to go and sit and do afterwards. But thank you for asking, and thank you for the $5 for getting a no.
Anastasia responds in 574. And is it you and Brendan still operating the Anastasia profile at this point in time?
Yes.
So you
Because
tell
it'll be
her,
like
"I'm
an
not
hour
interested in
work."
going on a regular date. That takes away from the excitement and the
And
thrill
I'm
of the
already
first
streaming
meeting.
8 hours a day.
Why is that? So this is the third time that we've seen FetLife users saying, let's meet someplace, let's meet in public. And this person says, essentially, I've been doing this a while, and usually we don't get to that part until the second or third time
I
we
can't
meet.
do it in the
So
program while I'm
why is
watching
it
it.
important?
We'll have to go back, type it in.
Why is it significant that, or why is it again that that the Anastasia profile keeps refusing to meet in public?
Because of the plan I had in mind, that would need to happen in the house. The person would need to come over, bring their stuff, and because it was not Christine talking, so there was no way going out on a date to first meet the person.
All right, let's move on to Commonwealth 71.
71, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. And then just again, make sure we're looking at the same conversation. I'm looking at conversation ID 446943660.
Yes.
This conversation, and I'm going to ask if we could just scroll through the conversation so we can see kind of the length of it.
If anyone wants to sit and watch all my videos and tell me
So
when the timestamps,
it looks like
maybe I
this
can do it.
conversation is longer to me. Does it look longer to you?
Yes.
And
I'm sorry.
if we could look at cell 145. So in this conversation, can you take a look at cells 145, 146, 147, and 148, 149?
I read it.
And so this user is still expressing, this is a different user, and this user is expressing discomfort at coming to someone else's house. This user says, I mean, I'm more than fine to play that role, just not at someone else's house, where your husband could come home at any time. And then the Anastasia profile, which again, is that you and Brendan as the Anastasia profile?
Yes.
And so you tell this user that he works a set schedule and that she works a rotating schedule, and childcare responsibilities make it harder to plan around, and that they're only comfortable at my house and feel best about being there and recovering and relaxing at home afterwards. Again, the Anastasia profile, you and Brendan are saying, we don't want to come outside of our house. And is this for the same reason?
Yes.
And then this user in cell number 143 tells her, the concept is very hot, yeah, but the way you explain it does not look great on my side if anything were to go wrong. Basically, going into your home uninvited, tying you up, and taking advantage of you.
Oh,
Is that what the intent was?
I'm glad he's got a
To
good
have
head on
someone
his
come
shoulders,
in.
whoever that was.
Yes.
And to behave in the
I'm
manner?
sorry, I'm just going to object to the leading nature
Our
of these
leading
questions. It's been,
I'll stay in this meeting.
I'll move on. Did you and Brendan ever agree to meet a FetLife user in public?
No.
Did you ever agree to meet another FetLife user at a hotel
No.
or at another user's home or work?
No.
And so ultimately, out of all the users in the Commonwealth of 67 and the few conversations that we've explored, Joe Ryan was selected. Who chose Joe?
Brendan.
And did he say why he picked Joe after interacting with him on FetLife?
It was mostly because he made Brendan feel confident enough that he would be the person to play the role they needed the person to play, which means being aggressive and hold her down and come over to the house and bring stuff and all that, yeah.
And did you and the defendant ever use any other form of communication with Joe Ryan?
Yes,
And what form of communication was that?
it was a telegram.
And were you present when the Telegram account was created?
Yes,
Who created the Telegram account?
Brendan.
And how did he do that?
He used her laptop on its anonymous page, and he had her cell phone with him at the time because he needed to receive a code on her cell phone so she could create the account on Telegram.
And how did you and the defendant communicate with Joe Ryan on Telegram?
By texting.
Did you use any other form of communication on Telegram with him?
Phone call, phone call.
And who was it that spoke on the phone with Joe Ryan when you had that phone call?
I spoke to Joe.
Your Honor, if we can switch from the table to podium.
Which one? The podium?
Yeah, podium.
Okay, podium. Take the jury.
When you spoke on the phone, did Joe comment on your accent?
Yes.
What did he
Those-
say?
That was the first thing he said. As soon as he said hi, he was surprised that I had an accent. And he asked, "Oh, you have an accent?" I didn't know. And I told him, yes.
Now I'm going to show you Commonwealth 73, and I would ask for this to be displayed to counsel and witness only. And if I can have the court's indulgence for just one moment. Sure. Okay. Do you have something on your screen in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And Judge, Commonwealth 73 has been stipulated, admissibility has been stipulated by the parties.
All right, yes, sir. Okay, that's true, because 73 in evidence, thank you.
Yep. And so we could publish that to the jury.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll, this is a
Keep
lengthy
walking.
exhibit, so I'm not going to
Walking,
scroll
walking,
through all of the bubbles, but I'm just going to scroll through a few pages so that you can get a sense of the two parties communicating. Now, in looking at these conversations, we see that the blue bubbles are from Anastasia. Who is operating the Anastasia profile on Telegram?
Brendan and I.
And then we see the green bubbles are from Joe. The owner is Joe.
Yeah.
Did you come to know who that person was, or did you learn who that person was?
Joe?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just when he came to the house that day, on the
Okay.
24th.
I'm looking at page 2. Joe sends a message on February 20th that says, "I'm looking forward to Friday." Who chose February 24th, 2023 as the date?
Brendan.
And did he say why he chose that date?
He did say why, but right now I can't recall.
I'm going to scroll forward to page 28. Which I apologize for the scrolling, but there is a photograph in one of Joe's posts that I'm going to try to blow up here. Take a look at the photograph. Do you see it in front of you?
Yes,
Did Brendan see that photograph?
he did.
And did he make any comments on that photograph?
Yeah,
What did he say?
that was not the knife he was expecting the person to bring. When he asked about the knife, he was expecting a pointy knife. that would be easier.
All right. And I'm going to move down to page 41. On page 41, we see the Anastasia profile. Again, is that still you and Brendan?
Yes.
Okay. And the Anastasia profile says, oh, I forgot to tell you, I do have a dog. She's very nice, but she will be in the basement. Who sent that message?
Brendan?
I am going to terminate this view here. If I could ask for it to be terminated to the gallery. Before February 24th, 2023, the day of, did the defendant ask you to do other things to get ready?
Can you ask differently?
Sure. Did you keep the same cell phone that you initially obtained when you came to the US?
No.
Can you tell me
Because
about
Court TV has changed
your
their
cell
logo.
phone in relation to the date of February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, a few days prior, Brendan told us to trade in our phones.
Okay. And did you do that?
Yes,
And why did you do that? Why was it necessary to get a new phone?
because he told me to get rid of my other phone where it had pictures and other stuff, and because even if I reset my phone, it was to be able to see the things I had before.
And what about your Apple ID? Did you keep the same Apple ID?
No,
Bless you.
Why did you change Apple IDs?
because he also said that it would be able to see through my Apple ID the things I had on my phone before.
And did Brendan get a new phone as well?
He did,
Do you know, did it happen at the same time or at a different time than you?
a different time.
And was there anything, were there any changes to the home?
Yes.
And can you talk about that?
They changed all the windows in the house, and Brenda's description of the window was more soundproof. That's how I would say it. I'm not sure if that's how you call it, but that's the description.
Okay. And what, if anything, did he have you do with regard to that?
After they changed all the windows in the house, he told me for us to test, and he had told me to go up to the master bedroom, and he would be outside the driveway, and he told me for me to screen from the master bedroom to see if he could hear anything from the driveway, but I didn't do it.
Okay. Did you do anything different instead?
Instead, he told me so I could go out in the driveway, and he would go up to the master bedroom, and he would be the one screaming, and I would just tell him whether or not I heard anything, and also from the backyard, because the back of the house had trail and neighbors, and he will make sure people wouldn't hear from there.
And did you do that?
I was out to see if I could hear him, yes,
And could you?
barely.
And then where did you usually park your car?
My car I would park normally in the driveway, other times I'd park by the mailbox in the cul-de-sac.
And did you park it somewhere else in preparation for February 24th, 2023?
Yeah, the night before I parked in the cul-de-sac.
Why did you do that?
Brendan told me to do so because maybe Joe would come around to see what he was getting himself into, and or maybe in the morning, and then he would see a different car, and you'd scare him away, and yeah.
And then, so those are all things that you did. Did the defendant do anything else in preparation for that day?
Yeah, he went around in the neighborhood, checking for ring cameras, doorbell cameras, the doors. He knew that our neighbor, he didn't have cameras, and our neighbor to our left, And our neighbor John in front of us also didn't have cameras, but he was checking for other neighbors. And also changing his routine so the day that happened, he wouldn't be odd that he was at McDonald's like 6 minutes away. So he started leaving the house earlier to go to work, and he would stop by somewhere else to eat breakfast or something. And yeah, and so that he wouldn't be odd.
Okay. How did the defendant know that Christine would be out of the home on that morning?
She was
Or, I'm
supposed,
sorry, how did the defendant know that Christine would be at home that morning?
yeah, she was scheduled to work that Friday morning, and he had told me that he would talk to her out of it to like change. And so instead of going to work on that morning, she would be off and she would be at home. And
What was the plan for you and Valerie to be out of the house?
he had said about telling her that Valerie and I would go to the zoo, spend all day at the zoo, and we would be leaving the house early. And so, yeah, that was the plan for me and Valerie.
When did you tell her about the plan?
I told her it was a few days prior to, but I told her in person because he didn't want any messages where I would be asking, telling her about it. So the conversation I had with her was in person a few days prior.
And you said the conversation was in person, and why? I couldn't hear you.
Yeah. Oh, we couldn't hear.
Yeah, why was the conversation in person?
So you didn't be me requesting down her that we're going asking to go, and yeah. So he wanted things in person.
And who wanted things in person?
Brendan,
Okay. Was there really an au pair's trip planned for the zoo that morning?
there was not.
When you woke up on the morning of the 24th, what happened first?
I woke up early. I think I had an alarm on my phone, and I went downstairs to the kitchen.
Do you recall what time you got up?
I would say 6 something.
Did you wake up Valerie that morning?
No, Brendan did.
And who brought Valerie to you that morning?
Brendan.
Did he say anything to you when he left Valerie with you?
She said,
Thank you, Purple Pixie, for saying that we got you through 30 minutes on the treadmill, doing a cool down. I'm too old for this. No, you are rocking this, and congratulations on 30 minutes on the treadmill. Today was 30 minutes. Who knows? Tomorrow, maybe 31, or another 30, or maybe you need a rest day. But you did it today, and you should be proud. It's better than my 20 minutes in jumping class.
that Christine was
Mine
asleep.
nothing, so.
Yeah.
And what did you do next?
Next, I started getting her ready downstairs. And yeah, for now, I was just getting her ready, like in the living room downstairs.
Did you or Brendan text Joe that morning?
Yes.
And on what platform?
On what?
On what platform? How did you contact him?
The Telegram.
Okay. And in the Telegram messages, we can see instructions for Joe to park in the driveway.
What exhibit is this? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
What exhibit is this on
Oh,
the
I
screen?
apologize, Your Honor. This is Commonwealth 73.
73, so it's already in evidence, so
Yes, it is
we can
already in
publish it.
evidence. Yes.
Thank you.
I apologize, I don't know exactly on what page. I'm just going to move on. I can't find the page at this moment. How is Joe supposed to get into the house?
I told him during the phone call that the door would be unlocked.
Okay. And who unlocked the front door?
Brendan did, using Christine's cell phone.
And I'm going to show you, if I could have the view to be to counsel and the witness only at this point. Commonwealth's 231.
Was it 231?
231.
Thank you.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Do you know what that is? Do you recognize that?
I would say it's Christine's cell phone.
Not really.
And do you recognize the app that is
When
showing?
static souls.
Yes, that's the tab they would control the front door lock and the thermostat in the house.
And is this the app that was used to unlock the door?
Yeah,
How is the door going to stay unlocked?
it has to be changed. It has to be deactivated through the app on the cell phone. The person can choose how many minutes the door is gonna
Okay.
lock in.
Judge, at this point in time, I'm going to ask to admit Commonwealth's 231,
Any objection? Try 231?
and that can be.
We don't have any of
published
those
to the
in
jury.
my town.
What did Brendan do with the phone, if anything, after he made sure that the door would stay unlocked?
He deactivated the door lock on her phone, and he turned it off and hid the phone in the drawer in the bar area we have, like in the kitchen.
And at this point, we can terminate the view.
All right.
Before the two of you left the house that morning, did you have any other conversation with Brendan?
No, he had, after I texted Joe, he said, Brendan told me he would be leaving the house at that moment, for me to wait a few minutes before leaving the house with Valerie.
What, if anything, did he give you in that morning before the two of you left?
Gun,
What kind of gun?
handgun.
And what did you do with that?
I put it in my pocket, in my sweater.
Who was it that left the house first?
Brendan did.
And what was the plan for him that morning? Where was he going to go, and what was going to happen next?
He was going to he was going to go to the McDonald's, which is, let's say 5-6 minutes away from our house by the clock tower, and he would stay there until whenever I called him.
And what were you supposed to do?
I was supposed to stay in the car with Valerie to put something on her iPad for her to watch. And as soon as I saw Juliana pulling up the driveway, I was supposed to give Christine a call, but her phone would be off and it would go to voicemail. And I was supposed to call him right away and tell him there was somebody strange coming to the house, and that I was scared, and yeah.
Okay. And so let's go step by step. Did you leave the house?
Yeah,
Did you go to the car?
yes,
And did you put Valerie inside the car?
yes.
And did you begin to put a show on for her?
Yeah, I was trying to connect her tablet on the Wi-Fi on my phone,
Okay.
so I could put on a show for her on Netflix.
And then what, if anything, did you see after that?
I think after a couple minutes, I do not know how many minutes passed. That's when I saw Joe pulling in the driveway, and I was still parked in the cul-de-sac, and I called Christine's phone and went to voicemail, and I called Brendan right after, as he had instructed me to do.
And did Brendan say why he wanted you to call Christine's phone and then call his phone?
Yeah, so then you'd have the history, the phone call history on her phone that I had tried to call her. Yeah.
And then what happened next? You said you saw Joe arrive. What, if anything, did you see him do?
He just went straight to the driveway and parked next to Christine's car. And I called, after I called Christine, I called Brendan, and then he picked up the phone, and I was telling him just the way he had said, and like there was somebody strange kind of come to the house. I'm scared. And he told me for me to stay there, he would be coming home, and that he would try to also call Christine.
I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Do you recall when it was that Brendan told you, when Joe arrives, call Christine, and then call me? Do you recall when he told you that?
It was throughout the whole process when I think he had all his plan in his mind, and then he just told me how things were going to happen. This is going to happen, you do this, and then you do that, and that's going to happen. But I cannot say for sure, like, the period, like, when that was, I cannot say it.
No, she was a willing
At
participant.
this point, you've seen Joe Ryan go into the house, you've made your phone calls. What, if anything, happened at this point?
After I call Brendan, he says he's coming, and then a few minutes pass. Again, I don't know how many minutes, but it felt like forever. And he arrived. He parked his car next to the mailbox, and he got out the car. He was crossing the street, and I got out the car. I got Valerie out of the car too. Then we went following him to the back of the house, to the door that leads us into the basement.
Okay. And whose idea was it to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And whose idea was it for all of you to go into the basement?
Brendan.
And did all three of you go into the basement together?
Yeah.
And when you accessed the basement, did you go in through the front door of the house? Did you go in through the back door of the house? How did you get in?
The three of us got into the house through the basement door, which was in the back of the house.
And when the three of you went into the basement, did anyone lock the door to the outside that you had just come in after you went inside?
No, after when I started, I did not recall locking the door or doing anything to the door.
Do you recall if their dog was in the basement when you went inside?
I saw her in a flash. And also because I knew she was going to be there in the basement. But what happened with her after that, I don't know.
Okay. Did she go upstairs with you?
What is it?
I'll move on. So is Valerie still with you at this point in time while you're in the basement?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do with Valerie?
Brendan had told us to stay there in the basement. And again, I knew we were supposed to stay there, she and I. And he went upstairs to the main floor.
Okay. And what if anything did you do?
I just stayed with her. And after a couple minutes passed by, and I had told her for you to like stay here. And then I also went upstairs to the main floor.
Was that something that you decided to do, or was that a part of, was that something that you were told to do?
It was something I was told to do. It was part of his plan.
Say that again?
It was part of his plan.
Okay. And when you say it was a part of his plan, whose plan?
Brendan's.
Okay. So you left Valerie in the basement, and you said you went upstairs?
Mm-hmm.
When you got to the main level, did you or Brendan lock the door at the top of the basement stairs?
I do not recall doing that.
And what, if anything, did you do next?
When I got to the main floor, Brendan was standing at the bottom of the stairs that lead us upstairs. And he was just listening. Then he gestured to me like for me to wait, just listen to the sound. And the sound was like slapping. That's just when you're slapping somebody. That's the sound we could hear.
And what, if anything, happened after that?
I think we were listening to that sound for a few seconds, and he took his gun out. And because I also had the gun with me, I just did the same. And he proceeded to go upstairs, and I just followed him upstairs to the master bedroom.
Who opened the bedroom door?
Brendan?
Did you go inside the bedroom?
Yes.
And what did you see when you went inside the bedroom?
When we first get into the bedroom, I could see that the bed we have in the master bedroom was kind of tall. And so from my point of view, all I could see was like Joe. At the moment I knew it was Joe, like on top of Christine, in a way I'll describe holding her down. And that was my first view as soon as I get into the bedroom.
Were you able to see Christine at all at that point?
At that point, no.
Did anyone say anything when the two of you went into the bedroom?
Yeah, when I got to the bedroom, Brendan said, he yelled, "Police officer." And Christine's first reaction, that was the first time I heard she say anything at that point. And she yelled back at Brendan, saying, "Brendan, he has a knife." And yeah, that's when Brendan first shot Joe.
Did you see Joe before he was shot?
Yeah,
What did he look like when he saw Brendan?
shocked.
If you go back half an hour, they showed the things that Joe was bringing. He was bringing the knife, he was bringing some chains, and he was bringing some rope. At least that's how I understood that picture, that it was what Joe was planning to bring over there. So it was his knife at the crime scene, because he was told that she wanted that she wanted him to come over and abuse her. So that's how they planned on getting his fingerprints on his knife.
Yeah. They wanted him to bring that stuff.
After Brendan
Yeah, he brought it, so they could have a deniability. What did Christine think Joe was there for? That's probably why she had all the injuries. She probably fought him, or got hit by her husband later, because she had injuries to her face, to her chest, to both of her arms, and to her left shoulder. So they probably fought. The wife wasn't saved. The wife is dead. Joe is dead.
shot Joe, did anyone say anything?
If anyone said anything?
Yeah, did anyone say anything in the room at that point?
Yeah, because Brendan ran to Christine. She was still on the floor, and I think that point she had seen me, and she said she had asked what you do to Brendan. I think regarding to that he shot Joe, and she said my name. She told me, "Juliana, call 911."
And what did you do?
I called 911.
And what happened after you called 911?
At that point, Joe was already shot, so that's the sound in the background. And Brennan looks at me and just, in a way, for me, like to hang up the call.
Did he tell you, did he say, Juliana, hang up the call?
No, he did not.
How did he communicate to you?
A gesture?
And what gesture did he make?
This.
No, Joe is a guy who got set up on a fetish website called FetLife, who thought he was in communication with Anastasia 9, which was the account they had made to pretend to be Christine. So he thought he was just going over to have a fetish encounter with a woman who had a grape fantasy. And then he was unalived by the husband and this trollop.
And so what did you do after he made that gesture?
I hung up the phone, the phone call.
What, if anything, happened next?
Next, he was on top of Christine. Joe was laying there, and for me to grab a towel from the master bathroom. We have the closet, and I just ran to the master bathroom and grabbed him a towel and to bring it to him.
And at this point in time, could you see Christine?
Yes.
What did you see Brendan do next?
When I was bringing him the towel, he got on top of her, and that's when I first.
Oh, anime brings up a good point over on Rumble. Theoretically, it should have the guy's prints on it, plus match other knives from his home, thereby cementing the narrative. Yeah, that's why they want him to bring the knife, not having a knife from the kitchen.
Saw him stabbing her with a knife.
Where on her body was he stabbing her?
Her neck.
And were you able to see whether or not he stabbed her one time or more than one time?
When I first saw that happening, I ran to the other side of the bed, and I was just crouching down on myself and covering my ears and covering my eyes, and a few times I looked, and I was able to see him stabbing her, and he would stab, and other times he would hold the knife in a position how that was.
You said he was holding the knife in a position.
Yeah.
How was he holding it?
This position, I think when the way he stabbed, he was just kind of like holding it, putting pressure on it.
And was he just holding on to the knife at that point, or was he still stabbing her?
I was holding on to the knife.
Did you stab Christine at all?
I did not.
Did you touch Christine at all at this point?
No,
Did you get any blood on you?
I did.
And how did you get blood on you?
The blood on my hands, I remember, because at some point when he was stabbing her, I was kneeling, like, she was here, and Brenna was like stabbing her, and I came closer, and it was right here, and I knelt on the carpet. And I had put my hands on the carpet. And as soon as I felt blood, I just removed my hands from the carpet.
Why? What did the blood feel like?
It was warm.
Did you get blood on any other part of you?
Yeah. It was on my shoes, but also on my socks.
How did you get blood on your shoes?
I was walking around, I would say, freaking out, and I was pacing back and forth, and it was pacing and staying in place, covering my eyes and ears, and I didn't want to hear their conversation, and so I don't truly know like how I got blood on my socks.
When did you take off your shoes?
When Brendan had told me 21, 28, he was telling me basically to go to the master, to the closet, to the safe. And he was telling me 21, 28, and it took me a while to know what he was talking about. And I was like, 21, 28, what? And we said safe, and before I started going to the closet, he told me take off your shoes, and I took off my shoes, and I proceeded going to the safe. I got my tiptoes, like with my socks on.
Why was it that you went to the safe?
Huh?
Why did you go to the safe?
Because it was also part of his plan, and for reasons I can't make sense of them now, given that I had the gun with me that morning. Yeah.
But he wanted you to go to the safe?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you a series of photographs at this point. And they are going to be Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. And if I could have them
I hope
displayed
Josh will
to the
overturn
witness and
her
counsel only,
grandfather.
please.
Okay.
I'm going to scroll through these photos, and I'm going to ask you some questions about them. So this is Commonwealth 74, 75, 76, 77, and 78. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And how do you recognize them?
These photos were taken at the police headquarters on the date that happened. And the last picture, it's a picture of my shoes and my socks.
And the photos that show us 74, 75, 76, and 77, are those a true and accurate depiction of the clothing that you were wearing that day?
Yes.
And is 78 a true and accurate depiction of the shoes and socks that you were wearing that day?
Yeah.
Judge, at this point in time, I would ask for the court to publish these to the jury.
Wish them in evidence
I'm sorry,
Any
if I could
objection?
admit them into evidence and then publish them to
All
the jury.
right, no objection from the defense, 75, 76, 77, and 78 in evidence. You can publish.
And I'm just going to click through them so that they can publish. And we can terminate that view, please.
Okay.
What did you do next?
I'm sorry. Oh,
What did you do next? After 21, 28, you went to the safe, came back. What did you do at that point?
at that point, that's when I stand in front of the dresser and the TV, and I'm telling Brendan that Joe is moving. He was moving, and Brendan, he doesn't have any reaction to that whatsoever. And I just start telling him, he's moving, he's behind you, and that's when I fired the shot too.
That's when could you say that again?
I fired
And when you say you fired what?
a gun
The gun that was where?
in my, that I had in my pocket, the handgun.
Did you hit anyone?
Yes,
Who'd you hit?
Joe.
What happened after you shot Joe?
After I shot him, he falls back. And
Did you see Brendan touch Joe's body after you shot him?
touching, no.
Did you see him interacting with Joe or Christine after you shot Joe?
Well, he was still stabbed in Christine, and he got her blood in a handful of blood, and he starts dripping on Joe's body.
Did you ever call 911 again?
Yes,
Why did you call 911 again?
I called 911 again when he told me Brendan told me he was ready for me to call.
And when you made that call, do you recall what you said?
I think I do not remember everything he said. I remember saying that I guess a friend of mine was being stabbed and somebody was shot, and I couldn't talk the rest of the call, so Brendan took the lead, and he was the one talking to the responder on the phone call.
Did the
I don't
police
know.
arrive that day after you called 911?
They did.
What did you do when the police arrived?
The person on the phone, the 911, she told me to not hang up on the phone and go make sure the front door is open. And so I went downstairs to make sure the door was open. And that's when they were already at the door at that point.
And that day, on the day that the murders took place, did you speak to the police that day?
Yes. I think the first time I spoke to the police was in the driveway, and they took Valor and I to the police headquarters.
Did you talk to the police when you got to headquarters?
Yes.
And did you tell the detectives that you spoke with that day about the things that you testified to here today?
Though what I told the detectives that day, it was the version Brendan had told me. If I was ever to talk to a lawyer or this is ever going to happen, like this is what happened. The version I told the detectives that day, and that I eventually also told his lawyer the same version.
What?
Ms. Bristler, is this a good break point for the day?
Yes.
Possibly? Yes. All right, you want to check with?
Judge, if I could have 1 moment.
Yes.
Yes,
She's
this
not-
is a fine place to stop.
All right, just stay right there, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, since it's 5 o'clock, we're going to go ahead and release you for the day. Just a reminder tonight, don't look at any news, don't look at any social media, do not talk to anybody about this case, and please do not do any outside research, okay?
She's
And
not
we'll-
reading
Johnson will
any
take you back.
translations.
And
If
just make
they
sure you
need
get here
a
tomorrow
translator,
at
they
the
need a
correct time so we can start right on time
talks to
tomorrow at
her
10 a.m.,
in her
okay?
native language.
Perfect, thank you.
She's not reading translations. That would not be allowed, because then the defense would have to sit there and make sure everything is translated correctly and that she understands what the translation is. You will have a translator if you need something translated. So she's probably just looking down in embarrassment.
Yeah, because all that would
Again,
have to
just
be
as a
on the
reminder,
court
since you're still
record.
testifying, it's important that you
Yeah.
not talk to anybody about this case or your testimony. That includes the prosecutors or the defense attorney, okay? You are allowed to talk to your attorney, Mr. Campbell, who for the record is present in the courtroom today, okay? All right, so you're excused until tomorrow morning, all right?
And again, they keep a lot of the pictures away from us so we can't see them, but they have them on her little screen.
All right, anything further for this evening?
Yes, Judge, I'd like to.
You want to approach? Sure.
So I think she was looking down because she's so ashamed of what she had been caught doing. I don't think she's that sadly. I don't think she's that ashamed of what she have done. I don't get that. We always talk about, oh, did he dry his eyes? And she had one little time where she couldn't speak. Other than that, she seems weirdly distant from what she did. That's the only emotion I saw from her. Again, oh, the blood was warm was what got her. Not setting up a woman that she wanted to steal the baby from, not shooting a man. The only thing was she got a little emotional when the blood was warm. That's
I mean, this is a diabolical plan, dude.
Did we hear what time to start tomorrow?
Did she say? She
Your
just said
attorney,
in
Mr.
the
Campbell, who for
morning
the
to that
record is
one
present in the
girl.
courtroom today, okay? All right, so Peter, all right, ma'am.
10 a.m.
Man.
Oakley dokley.
Yeah, I don't think Joe did anything. Joe just was there to do what he was asked to do. And then these people just offed him. Ugh.
Very interesting case, I think.
It,
Very interesting case. And Jamie, I love your new name.
I just seen it pop up. I'm like, what is this? Yeah, Five Guys Full Menu 69. No,
If you
that's
know, you
their
know.
screen name.
But interesting that we already had the Emmy. Interesting that we have her so early because again they expected a 4-week trial.
Could you
A four,
imagine a 4-year trial? Oh,
yeah, well, that could be amazing. Let's watch that shit. Let's do the YSL case. No, so it seems very, very early to put all of this in there so the jury can forget it again. But we'll have a lot of cell phone data, I think, and a lot of technical data on the website FedLife. Yeah, maybe delete your FedLives, or maybe if someone says you want to talk to me, I'm a Midwestern guy and he speaks with a very heavy Brazilian accent. Maybe don't go over there with a knife and some rope. But the picture so far, I think the prosecution are telling a good story. And this is what we talk a lot about when we're doing trials. Poor Joe, imagine you're going to get to live out your sexual fantasy and it was just a setup to unalive you and you never got to get your rocks off. Yeah, that's horrible. That's the thing.
yeah.
But I think the prosecution is telling a good story. It's a consistent story. It's building, it's linear, it's all of that. I'm just worried if we're going to spend a week looking at Cellbrite records. That'll kill everyone. So again, we had the first arriving officer. We had the child care officer who was there. We had the captain at the scene. We had the ME, and now we have the co-defendant. Technically, they could throw in the lead detective, and we could be done tomorrow. I know it's not going to happen, but
Yeah.
this is what we would normally see in a normal case. We would have all the technical stuff before we got the ME. So, and again, in this case, do you need the cell phone evidence? With her testimony, depending on how good Cross is, and I have no hopes for Father Time because he's slower than Crossy G. So are we expecting that he is gonna destroy her on Cross?
No. I mean, he might come out of his shell. We could be lucky. Fingers crossed, everybody, that he's a Spitfire because he's boring. I don't know. It's a crazy situation because it's like to have zero care about another person's life to bring them into your wacky situation that I can't divorce my wife like a normal human being. I have to get rid of her. And to go searching for somebody and knowing that what you're going to do is insane. This man
Yeah.
should be thrown in the wood chipper.
Yeah. And she should be thrown right in next to her because she was a willing participant.
Oh yeah. She's not any better. This is the whole like Adam Montgomery, what was her name, Kayla situation or whatever.
Yeah.
She shouldn't get a sweetheart deal because she talks. No.
And it's the Raul Valley case over again. Oh, we started the fight, but we go off because he was the guy who did it.
Hmm.
The guy who started the fight.
Yeah. And we find out they would have gotten like 5 years, or not 5 years, 100 years or so a piece if they wouldn't have talked. I mean, who's not going to talk then? I mean, come
Yeah.
on. Say whatever they want.
You have a detective who was transferred because he didn't think the evidence fit the girlfriend's narrative. So I definitely think that's going to take forever. Well, I haven't read that. I've read the original prosecutor was removed because he was drinking on the job. He was caught drinking on body cam. So yeah, they said in the article that they expected it would be a 4-week trial. But again, we've been doing this for 3 years now. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Daddy Dom was 3 years ago, and we've started just before that. Almost 4 years, maybe. And one of the things that you get into the habit of is how they build cases. And Emmy, this early, it's just if you're gonna waste 2 weeks, because let's say 4 weeks, then they anticipate 1-2 days for the defense and then deliberations. So let's take the last week out of it. Then it's 3 weeks of the state case in chief. Then you normally have the ending is normally always ME, lead detective, ME. One of those two things to kind of shock the jury, to show them all the bad stuff, so they will go angry into the defense case. But apparently, they think that the cell phone data will be so amazing that people will sit here and say, "Oh my God, did he plead not guilty?" Yes, or else we wouldn't have a trial. Maybe he changed his plea. No, and this was a masterful plan by the prosecution. No, he'll change his plea knowing the jury will tap out after Miss Au pair. No, he has pled not guilty all the way through. And he has known the au pair had flipped since, well, the case was supposed to have gone last year, so it's more than a year since she flipped. This isn't a new development that the au pair is singing.
Yeah, because, well, he said in his opening statement that she basically lied, right? So her story isn't what she's telling, it's actually something different.
Oh,
So,
he wasn't at work. He was arrested for drunk in public. I saw I saw a video of it, and it said arrested on the job. But hey, some people use a little clickbaity things. I bet there'll be spicy text. Well, we just read the spicy text, because on the only text communication between these two is if they were dumb enough to sit on their phone and said, "We're going to kill her tomorrow." Yeah, sure we are. And him getting rid of the phone so they couldn't get the old data on the phone probably destroyed a lot of the evidence that could have been used. And again, you don't really need it, because you have her who is a first-hand witness. Then you have to evaluate, is she a credible witness? Is she not a credible witness? She has a deal with the DA, yada, yada, yada. But you still have all the stuff from the fetish website. You have her first-hand testimony. Juries are notoriously always wanting to convict. The state hasn't rested. The case isn't over. But what we have seen in day one, I'm pretty sure the jury is going home thinking, "Oh yeah, that fucker did it." It's going to be an uphill battle for the defense to fight back and say, "Well, there's so much evidence out there suggesting something else."
mhm.
But again, it took them a while to indict him. So yeah, there could be evidence that we haven't seen.
Very true.
We didn't get any spice. You need a Mexican for that, not Brazilian.
Hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, Iris would have. She would have been, "Orale, I'm gonna use my chancla on this."
Yeah, like what possibly, like I'm trying to think of like phone stuff, like maybe like you said, they showed most of the messages, maybe more, we'll see. But if they were being careful about where they were going, like GPS wise, I mean, it's not gonna like, I mean, if he was conscious enough to be like, we got to be home while she's home while doing this, there's not gonna be much there to like go over.
No, it's just gonna be. Yeah, we have proved that but again, can you prove that when they did this, that she wasn't awake? That could be an angle for the defense, because if they used it at home when she was sleeping, can you then prove that it was them, not her?
I mean, and that too is crazy. He thought of that, like, no, we have to do all this stuff while she's there because they could pinpoint, like, oh, she's not even home when this is going on. Like,
Yeah,
dude thought about this. This is crazy.
yeah. I could see that angle. I don't understand why we can't see anything all impounded. I don't know why they have chosen to do it this way. It's a weird way that we're not allowed to see it. I can understand the crime scene photos. I can understand the body cams with dead people. But him and her at a restaurant with a smiley over their face, I think the pictures are in the Discord if you want to see them. Not much to see anyway. But if the jury sees it, why can't we? It's not like the pictures I've seen is very salacious. There was one where apparently she might have his leg around her or something else, maybe in the throes of passion, as Jamie calls it.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't know why we can't see most of this stuff.
I know. After the crime scene photos, like, why can't we see what's going on?
Got a notification. Who's Diane Emerson? I don't know. Baker's multitasking. No, I'm talking to you. Sneaky IRS bastard. Aren't they all? So, yeah, it seems like he's a criminal investigator because he knew exactly what was going to happen. He knew that they had to get rid of their phones. They knew they had to get rid of all the damning evidence, and they had to set it up so it looked like the communication was from her because she was home at that time. So he's probably going to get... There will be some avenues they can get around here. And I don't think that they can bring in that he had multiple extramarital affairs, because that will just be prejudicial, not probative. So, but again, I think with her on the stand, it'll be make or break how Cross goes. Cross will determine how weak she really is. Opening statements alluded to there could potentially be some avenues they could take against her. So let's not sell the skin before the bear has been shot, as we say in Denmark.
So you say a lot of weird things.
It makes sense, Jamie, because you can't sell it, because you'll have to shoot the bear, and maybe that bear will kill you, and then you have gotten money for a product you didn't deliver.
Someone's gonna be like mad because they paid for a bear skin and you died.
Yeah.
Do you even have bears?
No, we have wolves.
You don't even have bears.
No, we shot them all, but we didn't get
sold all
paid
their
till
skins.
after.
Oh my God.
Jamie, this is pure capitalism. You don't sell a product you don't have.
Uh,
Danish sayings are the best, Jamie. They always make sense if you think about it.
I mean, it makes sense, but you guys talking about, you don't have bears in Denmark.
We might have had at some point, not when people had. We killed the last wolf in 14 something, and then some straggler wolf went in from Germany. Damn Germans! And now we have a wolf population up where my daughter lives. Not that I'm too fond of that.
Oh man.
What animals would we have? We have wolves. How many wolves do you have?
We have a lot of coyotes and
That's
I don't
not a
know, there's
wolf.
wolves. Well, you're talking about like movie wolves, like those big burly wolves. Like what kind of wolves do
A
you
wolf
have?
is a wolf, Jamie. It's not like, oh, That's just not a
Like a
wolf.
werewolf?
No, a wolf. Have you? I can't with you today, Jamie.
Yes, you can. It'll be
We
okay.
sometimes get straggler mooses from Sweden when they swim across the water. That's but normally we don't have. Well, that's not true because we actually have a national park in the northern part of Jutland where they imported some of the moose, or mises, because there's more than one, and they run around up there now and chew on stuff.
All the Mises.
All the mises.
So you got some wolves and some stray mooses.
We have deer, we have badgers, we have 2 types of snake, and we have birds, fish.
You sure?
Yeah. I've seen both. What else do we have? God loves us, so we don't really have any dangerous animals. It's not like you. We don't have earthquakes either. No, we got badgers. Before the wolf, the badger was the biggest predator in Denmark.
Badgers?
Yeah.
How often do you see a badger?
You don't see them. They are very shy. Maybe you'll see them as roadkill, but normally you don't see them. They are nocturnal.
Mm.
Yeah, we have gnomes as well. Of course, we have gnomes.
Oh, those dang gnomes. I'm gonna find a leprechaun, Dodo.
Yeah, you're going to Ireland to find one.
I'm gonna find that leprechaun.
You killed them. It has nothing to do with God. Who gave us the ability to kill them? Case point.
Heck.
This seemed more like a 4-day trial. Again, if we're going to go into all the technical stuff and we're going to go into, well, he was going to lose a ton of money on. I just don't think you need it. But dot the T's, cross the I's. I once saw a bee. Oh, we have others. You know, the little funny ones who will sleep on the back.
Otters?
Otters, yeah, they're fun.
Oh, I love a good otter.
I once saw a beaver with paws the size of frying pans. They'll rip your face right off. I mean, there's nothing you can do with that. No, they'll just go after you. They're mean.
Are they mean? I've never seen one in real life.
I don't know, but otters apparently are quite nasty.
Oh, really?
Oh, we have mink as well. I'll be sassy
Little-
if I want to be
Little
sassy.
minkies? Minky.
Minks are just like small ferrets.
Yeah, those are one. They eat your I think it's the minks that come in and eat your chickens and stuff.
Yeah, they're
Well,
and they're not natural to Denmark. So, but we had a lot of farms with them, and then all the activists would go and release them into the wild so they could go back to their natural habitat, and they'll just die because they can't live in nature. So.
So nothing very dangerous.
We
That's what
don't.
I'm getting at.
Why would we have mountain lions when we don't have mountains? I thought minks are large ferrets. That's about this
They're a
size.
little bit, yeah, they're a little bigger, but not much. I
Well,
thought.
I have I think I had one on my attic, and I can't. It has such a weird name. I can't remember what it's. We call it a maw, but it'll ruin your insulation and eat your wiring and stuff like that. Oh shit! I forgot. I turned my light on my attic 2 weeks ago. I haven't turned it off. Probably should turn that off at some point.
Yeah.
Jamie, we'll be back tomorrow, 10-ish a.m. Eastern Standard Time, for day 2 of the au pair bang bang, wife stab stab trial. And Sue will potentially be here if she's not playing word games. So that's how it is.
Yeah. You're second best now.
Yeah, I'm not good enough for Sue anymore. This is the harassment I get. So go out there and remember, don't sign up for FetLife. And with 58 votes, 55% of you don't have a FetLife account. 35% of you are not feral because she has more than one. And 10%, which is 5 people, do have a FetLife. So tomorrow
Good for you.
we will have a What's Your Kink session. If Father Time takes too long, we will then explore one of your kinks and figure out, are we shaming your kink? Feed stuff is not acceptable. That's what I'm gonna say.
Oh, okay.
What's not acceptable to you, Jamie?
Butt stuff.
That's not not a kink.
Just stay out. Anything, well, I mean, you can turn that and you can do all kinds of stuff with that and just stay out of there.
Just stay out of there.
I'm Jimmy. How y'all doing?
I know English is your second language, but you don't word
It's
your
my
questions
third,
carefully.
but I'm still better at it than you. You are
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.